Now, from Wrigley Field, Chicago, it's a one-game playoff for the National League Wild Card berth. Superstar Barry Bonds leads the San Francisco Giants against the 66 home run man Sammy Sosa and the Cubs, an ESPN baseball special. Over the past 7 weeks, the baseball world has been treated to some remarkable moments in the National League Wild Card race. 162 games were not enough to earn a playoff berth. Today, 2 teams play for the right to that berth. The San Francisco Giants. Just 10 days ago, they were reeling 5 games out of the wild card race. But as we learned last year, Dusty Baker's teams do not go gently. Winners of 9 of their last 11, the Giants have run down the leaders, forcing tonight's showdown. The Chicago Cubs. For 7 weeks, their battle to get to the postseason has run the gamut of emotions. From disastrous mishaps to incredible comebacks, the Cubs stayed alive when many thought they would have folded. Now all eyes turn to Wrigley Field. The stakes are coldly simple. 1 game. The winner goes on with a chance to make the series. The loser goes home to be quickly forgotten. The Giants and Cubs next.
Chicago, where else? And it's a 1-game winner-take-all tiebreaker game. The Giants and the Cubs, and as you might expect, this venerable old ballpark is jammed, and they are all rooting for the Cubs, it appears. The Giants and the Cubs, 2 of the longest-standing National League franchises dating back to the 19th century. In a flat-footed tie with this 1 extra game. The Giants, coming from 5 games back, with 10 to play. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan. We are thrilled to be here, and the big crowd has already made a lot of noise here. They're expecting Sammy to hit 5 or 6 home runs, I think. Just a couple won't do. He's had a great year already. But Joe, here we are, the Giants and Cubs. The Cubs stumbled, the Giants were hot. Who has the advantage tonight?
Well, I don't think there's a big advantage. First of all, the Cubs have a slight advantage because they are at home. But the Giants as a group have an aggressive personality, and that transcends into playing hard, being aggressive right away, and taking the crowd out. I think you have to be aggressive if you are the road team, and the Giants have a personality for that.
All right, now the pitching matchup, the veteran Mark Gardner, who's been hot down the stretch for the Giants. He has not lost since the end of July, and he'll be opposed by Steve Trachsel, a 14-game winner, but he has not won in the month. In fact, since he gave up McGuire's 62nd homer, he's been getting knocked around.
Well, if you look back, Mark Gardner has started on opening day. That takes a little of the adrenaline rush out that they're both going to have at the beginning. So I think Mark Gardner is a little bit able to handle this at the beginning. But that doesn't mean that Steve Trachsel is not going to be able to adjust, because I think he has beaten the Giants a couple of times this year, so he's very capable of doing it again tonight.
Yeah, he's faced them twice, and they won both ball games. Trachsel's got to face Bonds, Kent, and Carter, all red hot. Gardner up against Sammy Sosa, Mark Grace. Wrigley Field, Chicago, and as we told you, the place has been rocking already. And here comes the great Chicago hero who's won many a championship and big game, Michael Jordan, to throw out the ceremonial first ball. So they are trying to get all of the good karma they can get, Joe, here from the get-go.
Well, John, no wonder I couldn't get him on the phone. I've been trying to reach him. He's here at the stadium.
And he's got a Sammy Sosa jersey on. Sammy Sosa, the catcher. Michael and Sosa, two of the biggest sports icons, not just in Chicago, but in the country and the world right now. And as has been customary in every game Sosa plays, as well as Mark McGwire, the flashbulbs go off. So they have evoked the spirit of Michael Jordan, who I guess is the definition of the big game player. And the Cubs are looking for a few big game players for this one tonight. The Cubs, who had a 5-game lead in the wild card race over the Giants, with only 10 games to play for the Giants, only 8 for the Cubs, and they lost that lead. And that's why we have the playoff going here tonight. Cubs getting ready to take the field. We saw them last 8 days ago when we were here on Sammy Sosa Day on ESPN. They lost that game. In fact, lost all of the final 3 games that they played.
Sammy Sosa, as usual, racing out to right field, and then he'll greet his fans in the bleachers. No other franchise that has had to say wait till next year more often than the Chicago Cubs, and definitely the partisans here are hoping that indeed next year is now. Dusty Baker trying to get his Giants into the postseason tournament for the second consecutive year, and here's his lineup for this ball game. It'll be Stan Javier leading it off in center field, Rich Aurilia at shortstop, Barry Bonds is in left field, having another great year. Jeff Kent having his greatest year after a big one last year, even bigger. Then Joe Carter, the veteran, he's been here many a time and has had a great September in his final year as a big leaguer. JT Snow is at first base, Charlie Hayes at third base, Brian Johnson is the catcher, and Mark Gardner, the pitcher, will bat ninth. And on the mound for the Chicago Cubs, right-hander Steve Trachsel, who overall has had a very fine season, but he has not been able to carry it over into September.
Well, he has struggled his last 5 starts, but he has beaten the Giants twice, so that gives him a confidence booster going out there. 203 hits and only 201 innings plus 78 bases on balls. He's had a lot of hitters on base. And let's take a look at the defense for the Cubs. They've made a change. Henry Rodriguez starts in left field today. They had some problems out in the outfield in yesterday's ball game. A ball that bounced away from Hernandez in the late innings turned into a double. A little pop-up that bounced into shallow center field that Johnson and Blauser didn't handle well, and Bagwell scored from first for a single to tie the ball game. So they've made some changes, and Rodriguez also a big bat for the lineup.
Brant Brown on the bench as this one starts. And nobody will be rooting harder for the Cubs to win this one than Brant Brown, trying to exercise his own demons here tonight. Henry Rodriguez, by the way, will keep a close eye on him. He went on the disabled list on August 24th with a sprained ankle. He made only 5 starts after coming back, and none at all since 9 days ago. And in all of his starts, he made 5 starts there in mid-month. He usually was taken out early and just was never fully healthy enough to play. So we'll see how he looks tonight, having had in essence the last 9 days off. Stan Javier leads it off, the veteran. Marvin Bernard has been hitting lead off for the Giants most of the time, but they're going with the stronger defense tonight, so Javier is in there. Strike one, and we're underway.
And plus, John, Javier is a very streaky hitter, and he's in one of his streaks right now. He's been swinging the bat really well. Hit a couple of home runs in Colorado 2 days ago.
Javier, .290 for the year. The Giants, who have not done well against Trachsel. And Baker going with anybody who has done well against him, even close to doing well against him in the past, but also going with his experienced people.
Well, he wanted a true center fielder in there as well, because he has Joe Carter in right field.
Shallow left center. Lance Johnson. One away. Wrigley Field, Chicago. And never have the Cubs been involved in one of these in their long history. The closest that the Cubs franchise has ever come to a playoff was 1908. One of the great pennant races of all time in the National League. And they ended up having to play, in essence, a makeup game against the Giants because of the dispute involving Fred Merkle and with Hall of Famer Mordecai Three-Finger Brown on the mound. They beat Hall of Famer Christy Mathewson and went to the World Series. They won that World Series, and Giants fans believed that they should never have gotten there, that they had a game taken away from them unjustly. And there's the way it turned out. The Cubs won it 4-2. They won that World Series. They have never won a World Series since. 90 years it's been. Rich Aurilia, the hitter. Giants shortstop. And the count goes to 2-0. The power comes up next. Barry Bonds on deck. The Giants in the last 2 months have been the highest scoring team in the majors, higher even than the Yankees or the Rangers, the slugging American League teams, and finished the 162 games as the second highest scoring team in the National League.
Yes.
At third, Gaetti, fair ball. Out number 2. And now Barry Bonds. Tremendous year for Bonds. 37 homers, 121 runs batted in, 120 runs scored, hitting over 300. Fourth in the league in slugging percentage. And Bonds had 88 extra base hits. Second in the league, only behind McGuire, even ahead of Sosa. You added his doubles and triples to the home runs. A fastball for a strike.
Well, the one thing the Giants and the Cubs both have in their favor tonight, they got Bruce Framing behind the plate, a big game umpire and a veteran, which is what you want in this type of game.
We've got the extra umpires for this one too, just like the postseason. A 6-man crew is working.
Yeah.
Beauty. Outside corner, strike 2 call. Jim Riggleman managing the biggest game of his young major league managerial career. Off the fists, and this will come back out of play.
That's a good pitch, and it's an important pitch right there for Trachsel for the remainder of the game, to let Barry Bonds know that he will pitch him inside. The first 2 pitches were away. A lot of teams pitch Barry inside, but they're afraid that if they miss by 6 inches, they'll hit the ball out of the ballpark. Well, I think early in the ball game, you have to establish to Barry that you will come inside.
Now Bonds backs away. Bonds in 26 career at bats against Trachsel has 1 home run and only a .269 average against him. So Trachsel has done well with him.
Well, most of the Giants have struggled against him. Only Charlie Hayes and Bonds have had any success. Hayes also hitting .269, but he has 2 home runs against Trachsel.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
And they both have the same number at bats. They were both 7 for 26 coming into this ball game.
Jeff Kent would be next. Kent and Bonds, only the 3rd pair of hitters ever to have 30+ homers and 120+ RBIs for the Giants in the same year in their 116-year history. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Bonds. Trachsel really taking a lot of time here. 2-2.
The Cubs feel that sometimes when he does that, takes more and more time, he outthinks himself and doesn't fall into a rhythm.
Tyler Houston, the catcher, drops aside. Struck him out. A great beginning for Steve Trachsel. He retires the side in order. The Cubs are coming up. Sosa due up 3rd.
This ain't Altoona or Pawtucket, kid, no. Now you're pouring beer in the show. Not just any beer, either. We're talking big leagues, kid.
We're talking Coors Light. Wearing this tray out there is like waving a red flag at a bull. 40,000 thirsty fans looking for the coldest beer around.
The Rocky Mountain refreshment of frost-brewed Coors Light.
Think you can handle it, kid? Yeah.
Hey, beer man!
Rookies.
Bears. They're among the most skillful, most agile, most playful, and most resourceful creatures in all of the wild. Especially the green ones. Bear Tracker from Yamaha. 'Cause out here, bears rule.
Giants nothing, and the Cubs coming up now from Wrigley Field, Chicago. The wind blowing in tonight from right field, which should be good news if you're a pitcher. 9 miles per hour, 69 degrees is the game time temperature. Here's the Cubs batting order now. Lance Johnson, center field. Mickey Morandini, he's been there before with the 93 Phillies. Had a fine season. Sammy Sosa, one of the great seasons of all time. Mark Grace at first base. He's been here in the big games before and done extremely well against the Giants. Henry Rodriguez having a great year with the long ball until an injury shut him down. Gary Gaetti, acquired from McGuire's team, the Cardinals, and he just was a key man for the Cubs in the stretch. Tyler Houston, the catcher. Jose Hernandez at short. He finished in a slump but had 23 homers. And Steve Trachsel, the pitcher, batting ninth. On the mound for the Giants, 36-year-old veteran Mark Gardner. In many ways, this year, the best year that he's ever put together as a big league starter. And mostly because of a great finish.
Well, he's got all the pitches, and his key has been his control. He's been able to spot the fastball, stay out of the middle of the plate with it. Has an excellent curveball, and he will throw a little cut fastball to the left-handed hitters.
Strike one call to Lance Johnson. Now, Gardner in his career has had problems in the first inning, but he seems to have corrected those the last couple of months. Big curveball, and it is 0-2. Gardner with a 6.13 lifetime ERA in the first inning. And when we saw him back in July against Atlanta, he was having those first inning blues. But they made a few changes in his preparation for starts, and he's done well the last couple of months. 1-2. But suffice it to say, part of the history of Gardner, if you're going to get to him, the first inning often is the time to do it. Yeah! Rich Aurilia, and there is one away.
And let's take a look at the Giants defensively. Charlie Hayes gets the start tonight at third base. Bill Mueller has been starting over there most of the time, especially against right-handers. But as I mentioned, Charlie Hayes has had some success off of Trachsel, 2 home runs and 26 at-bats. And he's a veteran.
Here's Mickey Morandini now. He takes a called strike. Mickey Morandini, the veteran, 296 for the year, 8 homers, 53 batted in. And the Cubs have been touting him for the Gold Glove at second base. They think he's been that good defensively. He certainly had an outstanding year with the bat. Curveball, 1 ball and 2 strikes on the foul ball. You know, over the years, Cubs, Joe, we've always seen the Cubs would come in here with a bunch of guys who swing the bat aggressively and very few guys who get walks. Well, Mickey Morandini, 72 walks, excellent on base average, and they've got Mark Grace getting walks, and even Sammy Sosa getting a lot more.
Go!
Left center, base hit. So Morandini is aboard, and Slammin' Sammy is coming up. Sammy said before the game he doesn't figure he'll hit 4 home runs to tie Mark McGwire. Remember, all the statistics tonight count in the regular season statistics. He says, I don't think so in terms of catching McGwire, but he also said, I hope I can hit 2. And so do these Cubs fans. And he has hit 4 homers in his career against Gardner. That ties his record for the most home runs against any one pitcher. Check swing. Back to Gardner. Aurelia 1. Back to first. Double play. So bad luck for the Cubs there. He didn't mean to hit it. And they get Sosa without even swinging the bat. No score.
You're a TCI customer, and we appreciate that. So to make being with TCI even more rewarding, we put some nice surprises in the TCI Connection newsletter, like a 5% discount on Amtrak sleeping accommodations with Amtrak Explore America fares, and a special offer on the Scooby-Doo video adventure, a Halloween hassle at Dracula's Castle. It's TCI's way of letting you know we really appreciate your business. Look for the TCI Connection newsletter and nice surprises in your TCI bill.
How do you know when the Dodge summer clearance is here? Because time really starts to fly. And you have a limited opportunity to buy a Dodge Ram starting at $15,200. Or lease this Dodge Ram for a remarkable $219 a month. But either way, you get the only truck that has won Strategic Vision's Total Quality Award for 4 straight years. So hurry in today while time is still on your side. See the friendly Dodge dealer near you.
Said you could get your hair back free, get up to 65% off on major hotels, plus special discounts in American Airlines. You'd probably think I was kidding. Well, guess what? I'm dead serious. If you call 1-800-HAIR-CLUB now, we'll send you our free brochure. We're not about drugs or surgery. We're about adding real hair in with your own without surgery. So call 1-800-HAIR-CLUB now for your free brochure. Free hair, and for limited time, up to 65% off major hotels and special discounts in American Airlines. 1-800-HAIR-CLUB.
It's the wild card tiebreaker in the National League. Dusty Baker's Giants, nothing. Jim Riggleman's Cubs, nothing after 1 inning. And the middle of the batting order coming up for the Giants. The divisional series will get underway tomorrow. The Indians and the Red Sox, Pedro Martinez and Jared Wright at 1 o'clock on ESPN. Then the Padres and Astros, and what a matchup at 4 o'clock as Kevin Brown takes on Randy Johnson. And then tomorrow night at 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 Pacific on the Fox network, the Texas Rangers versus the New York Yankees. Todd Stottlemyre for Texas, and David Wells will go for the Yanks at Yankee Stadium. So 3 big games to get it started tomorrow. The Atlanta Braves will wait until Wednesday. They'll be playing the winner of this game in Game 1 on Wednesday at Turner Field in Atlanta. Jeff Kent, .299 average. He's never hit 300 in a season. 31 homers, a career record, 127 runs batted in. In fact, both the homers and RBIs, career records. And Kent broke a record that has stood for more than 70 years for the Giants for RBIs by a second baseman in a single season, set by Rogers Hornsby. Besides Joe Morgan, the best hitting second baseman in history, most likely.
Tell you what, anytime you break anything that says Rogers Hornsby in front of it, you've done a great job, because he was a special hitter. But Jeff Kent has become a special player in that, I mean, he's the perfect guy to complement Barry Bonds. He's hit behind him, and every time they walk Bonds, he's made him pay for it. That's why Bonds has scored 120 runs.
Back to Trachsel. 1 away. Here now, Joe Carter.
And Joe Carter may be playing his final game in the major leagues. He's said he's going to retire at the end of the season. And what a great player he has been throughout his career. 396 home runs, and just a consummate RBI man. He's been driven in 100 runs, and wherever he's played. Doesn't matter about the league or the team.
He started his major league career right here in Chicago. He was a first-round draft choice of the Cubs. Got just a little bit of a look with the Cubs, and then they used him in a big trade back in 1984. Curveball misses. 1 ball, no strikes. It was Carter. It was part of the deal with the Cleveland Indians that brought Rick Sutcliffe here. And of course, Sutcliffe went 16-1 for the Cubs that year in the second half to help him go to the league championship series. Of course, Carter got a chance to play every day in Cleveland, became a star. And Joe, his legacy, I mean, you need a run driven in, he is the man to see. 11 years with over 100 RBIs. On the inside corner. 2-1 now. Joe Carter on Thursday in his final home game with the Giants got several standing ovations at Candlestick Park. Yesterday, in what he thought was his final regular season game, standing ovation in Denver. And it is 3-1. And in both ball games, he rose to the occasion and hit a home run. So Carter says, let's see, final home game homered. What I thought was the final regular season game, I homered. So I'm going to have to homer tonight at Wrigley Field. 18 homers altogether this year as a part-time player with Baltimore and then with San Francisco. Sosa in right field. That one traveled pretty well. 2 down.
Well, Joe Carter hit that ball very hard to right field. Even though the wind's blowing in, it wasn't a high drive. It was more of a line drive, so he got the carry out of it. On a 3-1 count, Trachsel makes a pretty good pitch. He keeps it away from Carter. He goes the other way. And Sammy Sosa had a little trouble with it. I think he felt like the wind was blowing in. It was going to knock it down, but it really didn't.
2 down, nobody on, and here comes J.T. Snow. Snow is the only player here today who has gone through one of these before. 3 years ago, when he was with the Angels, they played the playoff tiebreaker at the Kingdome in Seattle, and of course the Seattle Mariners won that ball game to win the Western Division of the American League. 2 balls and no strikes. So Snow has experienced it, and his memories are certainly not very pleasant. The Angels lost a huge lead that year in the stretch to the Mariners. This year Snow is on the other side of it as the Giants have come from well back here in the late going. Snow has got shoulder tendonitis. He's got a wrist problem, his right wrist, and he is not a switch hitter right now. He'll bat only left-handed, even if the Cubs bring in a left-handed pitcher.
Well, he really has struggled from the right side the last couple of years anyway.
He gets a 4-pitch walk with 2 down, and so Charlie Hayes will come up. First base runner for the Giants against Trachsel. I have a feeling she's a Cubs fan, Joe.
Longtime Cub fan. She's seen a lot of good things happen here in Chicago, and a lot of things that she'd rather forget. 1969 probably comes to mind first. She remembers Harry Carey, I'm sure, fondly. You see that character of Harry.
As Dusty Baker said yesterday after the game in Denver, he says the only thing he is sure that Wrigley Field will be rocking. The only thing is he wished that Harry Carey was going to be there. He figured Harry would be there in spirit. Nonetheless, here's Charlie Hayes, part of the Giants' depth. Played third base, first base, been an excellent pinch hitter for them. Too far in with the fastball. 1 ball and no strikes. By the way, Charlie Hayes hails from Mississippi originally, and his family, his mom and dad, live in Mississippi. And of course, Mississippi is being threatened by Hurricane George, and Charlie has been unable to make contact with his family down there. He's very worried about them. And he asked us to mention, if they're watching down there, to please call Wrigley Field tonight so he can rest easy to know that they're all right. So the Hayes family down there, give Wrigley Field a call. And that curveball misses.
Well, this inning, Trachsel has started to struggle with his control. He fell behind Joe Carter. Carter hit the ball hard, and he's walked J.T. Snow, and this is what the Cubs are afraid of. If he starts to fall behind, he will definitely get in trouble. And the Giants are swinging the bat very well lately. They've been scoring a lot of runs, and this is not a team that you can throw a lot of 3-1, 2-0 fastballs to and get away with it.
2-0 to Hayes. Snow at first. Good pitch on the outside edge. 2-1.
Tyler Houston sets up over the outside corner, and he gets a good pitch there. Nice pitch by Trachsel. But smart hitting by Hayes. I think he was looking for something middle of the plate in that he could drive, and that's what you should be doing when you get the pitcher in the hole. 2-0.
Trachsel, 27 years of age, delivers. Yeah. Well, they put it out there again. This time Hayes wailed away at it and didn't get it. 2-2 the count. Brian Johnson is on deck. A look at third base coach Ron Wotus, who runs through some signs. Cubs outfield pretty much straight away. Grace is on the bag at first, holding against Snow. The panoramic look at how they're playing it, kind of pinching off the middle of the diamond. Three and two.
Charlie Hayes used to be almost a dead fastball hitter, but as he's gotten older and adjusted, he has become more of an off-speed hitter. He handles a breaking ball. and the off-speed pitches very well. That one's way inside.
You see his numbers. He's had some success against Trachsel. But most of the Giants hitters have not done even that well. I mean, Hayes' success is rather modest. Snow is back to the bag. Well, 3-2, 2 down. Snow is not a fast runner, but nonetheless, Mark Grace is going to hold him on the bag over there. Snow runs. Right field, Sosa, and that's the inning. One man left. Mark Grace, Henry Rodriguez, and Gary Gaetti coming up. No score.
How to speak Australian. Hors d'oeuvres. Beer. Foster's. Australian for beer.
Wanna be Americano? You were born in Italy. You try living alla moda. All you do is sing okay.
Tuo fare americana, ma se nati in Italia, siento me successe niente fa ok.
If you thought AT&T One Rate Plus made calling simple at 10 cents a minute,
a little too simple, maybe.
Now there's something that'll have you calling even more.
What, are you sick?
Introducing 5 cents a minute on weekends.
That's half off.
AT&T One Rate Plus. 10 cents a minute, anytime, anywhere, and now 5 cents a minute on weekends.
How do you sleep at night?
Some of you dialing perhaps a little too hard.
To get 5-cent weekends, call now to enroll.
I want to put you in a
new GMC Yukon
Denali. No payments ever.
Visit any Red Roof Inn before October 31st and enter to win a new
Yukon Denali. And the price?
I'm giving it away. No payments ever. Hey, imagine.
Yeah.
I'll do this. A new Yukon Denali from Red Roof Inn.
Plus, you could win a year's worth of AT&T prepaid calling. Every guest gets a free AT&T prepaid card. Call us crazy. But call us today.
And with a smile. Call 1-800-THE-ROOF. Red Roof Inns. Nice people and an honest value.
So get ready for ESPN Sunday Night Football. Warren Moon and the Seahawks fly into Arrowhead to do battle with the tenacious Chiefs defense. ESPN Sunday Night Football coverage begins at 8:15.
Oh, I got to remember to watch that game.
Giants, nothing. Cubs, nothing. And the Wrigley Field faithful, yeah. They're hoping that they will not be disappointed. Mark Grace. A strike. He is the only player who played in that 1989 League Championship Series between the Giants and the Cubs. The Giants won it in 5. Almost hit it. And they did not win it because of anything Mark Grace did not do in that series. Grace hit .647 in that 89 playoff. 11 for 17. But not only was he overshadowed by the Giants, who won the series, but by Will Clark. Will Clark gets .650 in that series. Ooh, yeah. Down the right field line. That's a base hit.
Neither one of these pitchers have a good enough fastball that they can throw it in the middle of the plate, especially when they get behind in the count. And he was behind 2-1, and Grace sitting on a fastball. He gets the fastball and he rips it to right field. That's not a bad pitch. It's just not a good pitch. It was average, right out away from him a little bit, but up a little bit, and Grace rips it to right field. You can see they were planting around to right center, so Joe Carter had a long way to go for that ball.
So now Henry Rodriguez, as Grace takes first. He and JT Snow, two of the best fielding first basemen around. Rodriguez 31 homers. Just outside. He has not homered, however, since he went down with an ankle injury back on August 24th. He hasn't played that much, actually. Today his first start in 9 days. He and Sosa are having quite a power year in tandem. That's a strength of the outside. Perfectly placed.
And that's what Gardner's been able to do. And if you look at Henry Rodriguez, you look at the 249 batting average, 31 home runs, 85 ribbies. That tells you that he really hits mistakes. You make mistakes against him and he will hurt you. But if you pitch to him and keep the ball down, change speeds, you can usually keep him in the ballpark.
Outside. Just off the outside again. Well, back in August, he had a 2-homer game against the Giants in San Francisco. He made quite a few mistakes against him.
Hey, Harry carries everywhere.
Foul tip. 2-2. The combination of Rodriguez and Sammy Sosa hit 97 home runs for the Cubs, which is an all-time Cubs record for a pair of teammates. Of course, Sosa hit most of those. Grace back to the bag at first.
Grace really not a threat to run. And in watching the Cubs over the weekend in Houston, they really didn't do a lot of running. They were not a very aggressive ball club. Riggleman said he wasn't going to run into any outs. He wanted to play it straight up.
Go! High in the air. Right center, Joe Carter. And Grace will go back to first. Rodriguez has not homered since August the 19th.
Well, Henry Rodriguez gets good wood on this pitch. You can see it's trying to tail away. Gardner didn't get it out as far as he wanted, and Rodriguez upset that he missed it because that was a pretty good pitch to hit.
The wind is blowing in from right field. So if you hit it high in the air to right field, even if you hit it well, you might have to hit it a little extra well. Aurelia's got it. His second one. Kent back to first. Double play. The second inning in a row, the Cubs have hit into an inning-ending double play. We go to the third. No score.
The feel of smart design is the feel of flexibility. Schick Tracer FX is the only razor that flexes to cover every sensitive curve. A design so smart, you can feel it. Schick, the feel of smart design.
It knows 2 speeds. Stop and go. It just beat a series of the toughest stop-and-go driving tests in the world, and it's brand new. Go ahead. Guess. You have 4.3 seconds. Introducing Pennzoil with new Pure Base. Stop. Go. Pennzoil.
This is a lonely place when there are no fans. The world's a lonely place when you have a secret. If your secret is that you're being sexually abused, don't be ashamed. You're not alone. Talk to a teacher, a police officer, or call this number for help. You don't even have to give your name if you don't want to. This isn't a game, it's your life.
Wrigley Field, Chicago, the Giants and Cubs playing for the right to go into the National League Division Series against the Atlanta Braves. And the Division Series will get underway tomorrow. Boston and Cleveland at Jacobs Field. Pedro Martinez and Jared Wright at 1 on ESPN. Then Kevin Brown and Randy Johnson matchup at the Astrodome at 4 on ESPN. And finally, on the Fox Network tomorrow night, the Texas Rangers and the New York Yankees. Todd Stottlemyre versus the perfect game pitcher, David Wells. That's 8 Eastern tomorrow night. Well, Dusty Baker said he wishes Harry could be here. He figured he would be in spirit. And it feels like Harry's everywhere you look around Wrigley Field. The legendary former broadcaster of the Cubs. Kind of a sad year for some of our broadcast icons. We lost Harry Carey before the season started, and then during the summer we lost Jack Brickhouse, another Hall of Fame former voice of the Cubs. And both of those former Cubs broadcasters commemorated this year on the Cubs uniforms. Here's Brian Johnson, the 8th place hitter for the Giants. Got a pitch to hit there.
Well, I like that. To me, the Giants have to be aggressive. They have to look for a first pitch fastball or look for a pitch in a zone and try to do something with it. The one thing the Giants do not want to do is go late into this ball game, 5th, 6th inning, 1-0 or tie ball game. You have to try to do something aggressively in the first few innings to take the crowd out of the ball game. When you're the road team, that's the toughest part.
Well, so far they've had a hard time even getting somebody on base. The only base runner allowed by Trachsel in the first 2 was a 2-out walk to J.T. Snow in the 2nd inning. Out of play into the upper deck. This is the 9th tiebreaker playoff in Major League Baseball history. There were never any of these kind of tiebreaker playoffs until 1946. As you can see, ordinarily we'd see all the other games in baseball being followed on that out-of-town scoreboard, but there is only the one today. The Giants have been in 2 other tiebreaker playoffs in their history, and they're both very famous. 1951, after a tremendous comeback against the Dodgers, they went into a 3-game playoff, and in the 3rd game they won on Bobby Thompson's shot heard around the world. 1962, the Giants and Dodgers again. The Giants again won in the 3rd game with a 4-run 9th inning at Dodger Stadium, 6-4 winner. Dusty Baker's been in one. You asked him about it before. 1980, the last National League tiebreaker playoff. The Dodgers and the Astros had a 1-game set to, and the Astros beat Dusty's Dodgers in that one.
Well, I was playing for the Astros that year, and I was kind of the veteran on the ball club, so before the game, my advice to the players was to be aggressive. Let's go out, do something early, and take the crowd out of the game. They took me literally and just beat up on the Dodgers.
Right field, Sosa going back. He's under it. Right in front of the wall.
Now that's one that the wind did affect. He hit that ball really well, and the wind knocked that one down.
Shoot, 1 down.
He gets good wood on it, good extension, and Sosa started back. It looked like the ball was going farther than it actually ended up, but you could see that the wind is starting to knock it down right about now, and Sosa's able to make the catch on the warning track.
2 gone, rather 1 gone, and Mark Gardner coming up.
John, the one thing I remember about the 1980 playoff, we went into the clubhouse before the ball game, and you looked around, and some of the guys who had never been there before were, you know, looking a little nervous, like they didn't know what they're doing. And Joaquin Andahar, who was one of the star pitchers, stood up in the middle of the clubhouse. He said, for all of you guys that are scared, you should have brought your Doberman with you. But it's too late now, so you got to go out and play. And, we, you know, it kind of broke up the clubhouse. Guys had a laugh and relaxed a little bit, and they did go out and played very well.
And it didn't hurt that Joe Niekro pitched pretty well.
Well, the only problem is you had to use your best pitcher to get into the playoffs. You didn't have him ready for the first game of the, you know, playoffs that year.
And that was a great playoff series. The Astros and the Phillies, best of 5. The Phillies won it. Might have been the difference.
I think it definitely made a difference because we couldn't use him 3 games.
Yeah. He's a little bit high.
And he was the best pitcher on the staff at that time.
2-2 to Gardner. 1 out, nobody on in the 3rd inning.
I also remember that we had lost 3 games in a row to the Dodgers. So the point is that what happened yesterday shouldn't have any bearing and can't. You have to say, hey, it's over, and you start all over again. That's what these 2 teams have to do today.
Yeah. Strike 3. Second strikeout for Trachsel. 2 down. Well, it wasn't so dramatic this year as 1980. The Giants didn't sweep the Cubs this weekend to get here, but 10 days ago, the Cubs led the Giants by 5 games, and 2 teams were ahead of the Giants. Since then, the Cubs went 2-6. The Giants 8-2. And that created the tie. The Mets lost their last 5 in a row, getting swept by the Braves over the weekend in Atlanta.
and losing 2 in New York to the Montreal Expos.
To me, that was the real killer, even more than the Braves. Javier, and it's a foul out of play. The Mets got shut out in the last 17 innings in that 2-game series by the Expos. Tough weekend, though, in Atlanta. I mean, you go in there, and on Saturday, Glavine starts, a 20-game winner. He's relieved by Nagel, a 16-game winner, who in turn was relieved by Millwood, a 17-game winner. First 3 pitchers they used had 53 wins.
Not only that, John, Glavine went out there knowing he didn't have to pace himself. He only was going 5 innings, so he could, he could pitch his 5 innings and act like that's the end of the ball game every time he went out there. So he could give you his extra best stuff, and that's what he did.
And Maddox yesterday, the Mets could not win. Stan Javier, the leadoff man for the Giants, 2 balls and a strike, 2 down, nobody on. The Giants have gotten only 1 man on base against Trachsel thus far.
That's been the history of Steve Trachsel, John. He will pitch well for 3 innings maybe, but the 2nd or 3rd time through the order, he seems to maybe change his pitching pattern too much or try to go to something different. And if you're a patient team, you can stay with him, and you can usually have some pitches to hit your 2nd or 3rd at bat against him.
There we go. Just off the outside. 3-1 to Javier. Rich Aurilia would be next. No score. We're in the 3rd inning.
Javier not known for his power, but he had a 2-home run game in Colorado the other day, and this is a 3-1 pitch that he can turn on if he gets a fastball.
Too low. He gets the walk. That is the 2nd base runner for the Giants, both on walks by Trachsel. Javier also can steal a base. 21 steals for the year, 2nd on the club.
And he's only been caught 5 times, so good percentage.
Well, what do you think, Dusty Baker? Trying to have him run here in front of Aurilia?
I definitely think that if he, you put him on his own, if he can get a good jump, he takes off. And I believe if you're the road team, you have to make something happen. You just can't wait back and hope for good things.
Rich Aurilia standing in. Aurilia grounded to 3rd his first time. High and tight for ball 1. Dusty Baker relaying some signs over to 3rd base coach Ron Wotus. Aurilia and Javier give Wotus their attention. Wotus got hit in the jaw, the right side of the jaw, giving a slide signal the other day in Denver at 3rd base. The throw from Larry Walker went right through Vinny Castilla and hit Wotus in the jaw. He spins that one in there for a called strike. Aurilia backs away again, looking at Wotus. I mean, how many options could they have here with 2 down, Joe? We're going through all these signs.
Well, it's more habit than anything else.
2nd baseman Mickey Morandini way over toward the middle. The right side of the infield is almost wide open for Aurilia, with Grace over there on the bag with Javier.
John, you want the hitter to look down at the 3rd base coach, let him go through signs every time, because you do not want him not to look down. You have to yell at him to give him a sign, because everyone in the ballpark will know something's up. So that's why it's important that you look down there after every pitch.
2 balls and a strike. Barry Bonds is on deck. Wotus again. Relaying the signs from Dusty Baker.
It's an important pitch here because it allows the Giants to do anything they want right here. If Javier wants to take off, he knows they're not going to pitch out. If Dusty wants to put a hit and run on, he can do that.
So he should take off then.
Well,
I think Trachsel will throw it well. Look at that. Man, do I am.
He's thinking like you are, right?
He's thinking like you are. You explained it for me. After you explained it, then I decided. For both of them. Javier should run, but Trachsel should throw. He is not running. 2-2 the count now. Foul ball over the Cubs dugout. Javier, by the way, sat out for a couple of weeks where he did not start a game for the Giants with a strained right hip flexor muscle. So he was not at full capability. Somebody got a souvenir? Almost.
Well, he made a dive. He kept it on the infield.
Kept it on the infield. There goes Javier. Strike 3 call. Javier's in there, but it doesn't matter. Aurilia has been called out on strikes. Bonds will have to wait an inning. Tyler Houston coming up, no score.
Speak Australian. Guppy. Beer. Foster's Australian for beer.
Hey there, when you hear KFC, what pops into your mind? All right, best bucket of fried chicken in the world, but try her again. KFC. I know it, you got bucket on the brain. Looky here. I also make something new called popcorn chicken. Crunchy morsels of tender white meat. It's mouth-popping good. Try it for $1.99. See, I make a whole lot more than fried chicken in a bucket, because I am a chicken genius. At KFC, we do chicken right. And not just in a bucket, neither.
Catch all the football action with Circuit City and DirecTV. When you buy a digital satellite system and subscribe to 98 NFL Sunday Ticket and DirecTV Total Choice Platinum programming, you'll get an exclusive Circuit City $100 mail-in rebate. You'll also score 4 free months of Total Choice Platinum and 3 free programming certificates, a $300 value. DirecTV delivers NFL Sunday Ticket, and for just $159, you'll enjoy up to 13 games every Sunday. Now at Circuit City.
Giants nothing, Cubs nothing. Last of the 3rd inning. John Miller, Joe Morgan here with you on the eve of the American and National League Divisional Series, which begin tomorrow in most cases. That's a look out of the bleachers in front of that old-time hand-operated scoreboard at Wrigley Field.
You like those things, don't you?
I'm into it.
Oh, okay.
Everybody should have a hand-operated scoreboard.
Oh.
With all of the scores from out of town being posted at all times. It's in the handbook, Joe. Build a new stadium, need an out-of-town scoreboard.
It's all right. I don't mind him punching the computer and throwing it up there very quickly.
There's strike 1 to Tyler Houston.
I think this is a very important inning for Gardner if he can get the Cubs out quickly, because the Giants have Kent and Bonds coming up the next inning, and he has struggled a little bit. He's been getting runners on, but he's been able to get the ground ball to get out of the innings. But it's important for him just to establish that he's in control of this ball game.
Misses with a curveball there. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Tyler Houston. Jose Hernandez and Steve Trachsel will follow. Whoa. 2-2. Mark Gardner out of Fresno State University, and last year in the stretch run, he really did not pitch at all for the Giants. His wife, Lori, had a life-threatening attack. That ball is driven deep. Javier back in the wall. Makes the catch against the ivy and hangs on to it.
Well, that pays dividends right there, because Marvin Bernard's a little lot shorter than Stan Javier, and that may have been a more difficult play for him. But the other reason that Javier is a true center fielder, whereas Bernard is actually a corner guy. He's a left fielder or a right fielder. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Fastball against the middle of the plate. You can see Brian Johnson set up outside. Now watch. Javier, being taller than Marvin Bernard, it's not as difficult to play, but a good play there by Stan.
Jose Hernandez now. 1 ball, no strikes. Hernandez had 23 home runs for the Cubs this year. Finished the year in a slump, though. That's a called strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. But Gardner's wife, Lori, actually had a very complicated transplant surgery, liver transplant surgery. And she survived and is doing very well. And the Gardner family as a whole, we're glad to report, doing extremely well. And Mark Gardner, unlike last year, pitching down the stretch for the Giants and leading their staff. 3-1. The pitcher, Trachsel, is on deck. Hernandez finished the year in a horrible slump. In his last 84 at bats, hit only 155. But he gets a walk here. First walk allowed by Gardner. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. Steve Trachsel.
This is where the defense at first base of Jack Schnoes comes into play, John, because as a pitcher, he'll be trying to bunt the ball to first base, and JT is very good at coming in and getting the lead runner on a bunt. JT.
Yeah.
Well, father Jack, named after his father.
Giving Jack Snow a little publicity there.
Yeah. Former wide receiver for the Rams.
He's a broadcaster now.
Yeah, for the Rams.
The bunt. JT. 10 covering. And Hernandez becomes the first runner of this game to get the scoring position.
Excellent bunt there by Steve Trachsel, and a lot of times pitchers aren't able to get that bunt down and help themselves. Excellent bunt. Watch, he just lays the bat out there, catches the ball on the barrel of the bat, and guides it to first base. Good job. John, Lance Johnson, one of the smallest players stature-wise in the major leagues, not very big boned or anything, uses a 40-ounce bat. That's what he swings.
Curveball for a strike.
In this day and age, when most players are using 31s, 32s, he's up to 40 ounces. Like the Babe Ruth and the guys used to swing those. Willie Stargell, Clemente used the real heavy bats.
0-1 the count. Fastball. 0-2. Well, Lance Johnson, when we were here 8 days ago on Sammy Sosa Day, Sammy did not hit a home run, but Lance Johnson did. Finished with 2 home runs in 300. Well, he's not finished yet. He got 2 in 300 at bats right now. Curveball. Aurilia. And that is the inning. We have played 3 scoreless innings. The tension builds a little bit. Bonds, Kent, and Carter coming up. No score.
At Henkel's, when we say sign and drive, we mean 0 out of pocket. The best truck and Jeep deals in Michigan are at Henkel Automotive Superstores, and all you need to drive away is a pen. Winter's coming. Get a 4x4 Cherokee Sport for only $329 a month. These low payments include taxes, and Henkel's will make your first payment. That's right. Winter's coming. Get a 4x4 Cherokee Sport for only $329 a month. Hurry to Eric Henkel Dodge and Henkel Chrysler Jeep in Battle Creek.
Finally, a place for adults to relax and enjoy the better things in life. Porter's Cigar Bar is now open on the 16th floor of the McCamley Plaza Hotel. Let one of our hostesses select the perfect cigar for you, or browse in our 48-square-foot humidor and select your own from one of over 50 premium hand-rolled selections. Then sit back, relax, and let the day go away. Porter's Cigar Bar, atop of the McCamley Plaza Hotel, where the day ends and the tradition begins.
Gordon, right?
Yes. Have you ever worked with anything high-tech? No.
Thank you for the resume.
But we're looking for someone with
More education.
Some experience.
Good luck to you.
What you don't know can hurt you. So let ITT Tech help. Call 1-800-942-0099 for an informative brochure. That's 1-800-942-0099.
Next. The winner goes into the division series. The loser goes home. One game. Winner take all. The Giants and Cubs scoreless as we head to the 4th inning. Now, coming up this Friday at 8 Eastern on ESPN2 is the premiere of Friday Night Fights. Andrew Galata versus Tim Weatherspoon, the main event. Muhammad Ali will be featured in the classic fight segment. Brian Kenny and Max Kellerman host the most comprehensive boxing show on television. ESPN2 Friday Night Fights. Well, this place was just raucous and loud as the game was beginning, Joe, but right now a little more tense as Barry Bonds strides to the plate.
And let's take a look at how he pitched Bonds in the first inning. I said the fastball right there was very important because he ends up throwing him a changeup down and away. And because Bonds has to be aware of the inside pitch, he can't go out over the plate looking for the off-speed pitch, even though he knows that's what Trachsel's going to try to do. But if you come inside on a hitter, you make him inside conscious, it opens up the outside for you. But Bonds makes adjustments too.
That is foul. He got the breaking ball up and in and shot it foul. Bonds, who, as you saw, hit over 400 in September, or has up till now, 7 homers and 21 RBIs in the month. Both he and Kent have driven in more than a run per game since the end of July.
I don't care what you think about his personality or anything else. He is a great player.
Back to the screen, and quickly he's behind in the count, 0-2.
I mean, for a guy to hit over 400 home runs and steal over 400 bases, that is special, speed and power. And he's the only one in the history of the game to ever do that. And we've had a lot of great players play this game, and no one has ever been able to put those stats on the board. Plus, he has 3 most valuable player awards.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
And they don't give those away. You have to earn them.
Well, I mean, he's the whole package. Offense, he can steal a base. He has 28 steals. And a perennial Gold Glove outfielder. Trying to sneak it over that inside edge, but too far in. 2-2. And of course, Sammy Sosa. You want to talk about the whole package?
And this year, John, he's been better defensively than ever before. His entire game has just picked up. Not just the home run production, but his everything for Sammy picked up this year.
Gaetti, a tough hop, throws him out.
You see what Trachsel is doing. He is just continuing to make Bonds aware of the inside corner, yet he's getting him out away. The pitch before, he came inside hard. Now look at this. He goes back away, tailing away. Nothing Bonds can do with it because you have to protect the inside, and he goes away. All you can do is swing with your arms. Look at that. All Bonds can do is go the other way, and not much of a threat there. So he's keeping Barry off balance just with the inside pitch.
Jeff Kent, 63 RBIs in the last 54 games for Kent. Back out of play. He not only broke Rogers Hornsby's franchise record for RBIs in a season by a second baseman, he missed 24 consecutive games on the disabled list and was able to do that. Joe, you always have these people stopping by to see you.
Well, I've made some good friends over the years.
We saw Michael Jordan. He threw out the first ball, Joe's close personal friend, and now the Reverend Jesse Jackson just came by.
Another close personal friend.
Trachsel. That's a strike. Kent tried to check, and it's 0-2. This must be a big game.
It must be a big game. You're right.
To the count to Kent. Joe Carter on deck.
Right there. Yeah.
Just off the outside with the curveball, and it is 1-2.
The way Trachsel's pitching right now, John, is surprising that he pitched poorly in his last 5 starts. He's not missing into the middle of the plate. Anytime he misses with his pitches, you know, they're unhittable. They're off the plate outside or inside.
That was off the plate inside.
Yeah.
Off the plate and on the hip. So Kent hit by the pitch.
Well, you see what he's doing. He's moving the ball around. He went away the pitch before. Now he's trying to come inside corner with a fastball, but it gets away from him. and he hits Kent in the hip. But that's what he's doing so well so far tonight. He's moving the ball in, out, and changing speeds.
So the Giants get a base runner with less than 2 outs for the first time. I mean, it's been kind of meager for the Giants in terms of anything offensively. Joe Karchner now, he lined one hard to right field his first time. He's 0 for 1.
He fell behind Carter, and Carter really hit a fastball hard.
A strike, slider over the outside. Kent at first. Kent was wearing a brace on his right knee. He hyperextended that knee earlier this year. Back in June, Alex Rodriguez in an interleague game hit him hard, trying to break up a double play. That's why he missed the 24 consecutive games, and he's had to wear that brace ever since. It's back to the bag. Nonetheless, Carter, or rather Kent, has stolen 9 bases. So if you don't keep a close eye on him, he might go. The outfield around toward left against Joe Carter. Joe Carter had 29 runs batted in for the Giants, or has. I keep thinking this is a postseason game. It counts in the regular season. 29 RBIs and only 102 at bats. Look what he did in September. One ball, one strike to Carter. Joe Carter, the only man in World Series history to hit a home run to end the World Series when his team was trailing at the moment that he hit it.
Bill Mazeroski hit one, but they were tied with the Yankees.
These are the only 2 to win the World Series with a home run, and Carter's the only one with his team behind, and will forever be remembered for that. But what I remember for Joe is the fact that he was just so good in the clutch, not just then, but all the time. Well, Trachsel, and one of the things that they've complained about with Trachsel over the years is that he won't pitch inside enough.
Well, he's pitching inside now, but the ball is getting away. And maybe that's the problem, John. It's difficult to pitch inside. Everyone can't pitch inside. You know, a lot of guys want to throw the ball inside, and then they're afraid to hit the hitter, and it moves out over the plate. Or they miss badly inside. It doesn't do you any good to try to pitch inside if you're missing by a foot. There you see the Cubs pitching coach. But one other thing to remember, John, you talk about the wind blowing in. It doesn't matter if Joe Carter hits it toward left field. Left field, the ball will still carry here. The only place that the wind will knock the ball down is in right field. But again, a lot of pitchers just cannot pitch inside consistently.
Well, he had Kent in a hole at 2 strikes, and he hit him. He almost hit Carter. It's 2-1 now to Carter. That is foul. 2-2. And Carter lunging for a breaking ball. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 4th inning, no score. Ron Wotus again flashing some signs to Carter. The only Giant who's been able to actually pull the ball so far, Rich Aurilia. In the first inning, hit a ground ball to third. Everybody else, when they've hit the ball, have hit it the other way. And as you mentioned, Joe, you pointed it out a couple of times. Because Tapani has him thinking about that inside pitch. Deep down the left field line, hooking into the corner. This one is foul.
That pitch was up a little bit.
That was a screamer.
Pitch is up and over the middle of the plate, but Joe Carter is pretty much a hands hitter, and every once in a while he just rolls that top hand and he pulls a lot of balls foul.
355 feet to the foul pole in left field. 353 to the right field foul pole, but the power alley is much shallower than most. 2-2 to Carter. JT Snow on deck. The split-fingered pitch down and away. He uses that as his changeup. Full count, 3-2.
Well, we'll see if Dusty Baker wants to send Jeff Kent in this situation. Carter and everyone's taking a look.
Well, I'm taking my cue from you, Joe, so I think he's running.
Well, base runners are 8 for 16, which is, 50-50 chance against Steve Trachsel. Again, I believe if you're the road team, you have to be aggressive. You have to be more aggressive. So I say yes, he should be going as well. But Dusty Baker's the manager, and he's gotten them to the playoffs. Man, you didn't do that.
He's running. And a check swing by Carter. Ball in the dirt. Ball 4. So Kent to second, Carter to first on the walk. The Giants have 2 men on for the first time, and yet they do not yet have a hit against Trachsel. Houston out there to talk to Trachsel. Remember, this started when he had Kent in a hole. He had him 1 ball and 2 strikes, and then he hit him trying to go inside.
And that's after pitching so well to Barry Bonds.
JT Snow. This has been a year where JT's emotions have been torn. His mother, after a courageous battle with cancer, passed away. And JT, for a long time, had his attentions elsewhere. He's striking the outside. He's had some injury problems as well. But nonetheless, has put up 15 homers and 79 runs batted in. Crowd very quiet, very tense right now. This has started out as one of those real tense pitchers battles. The splitter right to Grace. Runners will advance on that play. So that makes it 2 down. And Charlie Hayes coming up. Kent to third, Carter to second.
A little surprised that Grace was playing that deep, because he got the ground ball and didn't have a chance to, to go for the double play. Normally, in a double play situation, you play shallow enough that you can, start a double play. Because in that situation, you have to give up something, some range to get something, trying to get the double play to get out of the inning.
So is that, it's like you're saying, you were there yesterday, and Jim Riggleman is trying to play it real close to the vest. He's trying really not to take chances.
Well, that's what it appears to me, but
it's his call, right?
Yeah, you got the ground ball, and you didn't even have a chance to get the lead runner.
Wasn't even an option. Here's Charlie Hayes. That pitch up, out over the plate, but back to the screen. It's 0-1. Yesterday, in their loss at Houston, he went with Terry Mulholland at Riggleman. Mulholland pitched just a great game, a courageous game, but lost a 3-1 lead in the 8th inning with the Astros' best right-handed sluggers up there, and then he used Rod Beck out of the bullpen for 2 2/3 innings. Did not have much confidence in anybody else in his bullpen right now. In the dirt, saved by Houston. It keeps Kent at third base in a scoreless game. 1-1 to Charlie Hayes.
Well, what Houston does here is just puts his body in front of it. He doesn't really try to catch the ball. You see, he throws his hands open so it won't get caught up in there. But all you do is try to get your body in front of you. You do not really try to catch the ball, just block it.
1 ball, 1 strike to Charlie Hayes. Kent at third, Carter at second, both ready to go in anything with 2 down. The splitter, and it misses low. 2-1 now. But he's got first base open. He didn't have to give it to Charlie Hayes, and the man behind him, Brian Johnson, has never had success with Trachsel. Hayes has had his moments against Trachsel.
Brian Johnson has been swinging the bat well lately, John, so you have to stop it someplace.
So if he ends up walking Hayes, he's taking a risk.
Exactly, because then he doesn't have any margin for error. If he gets behind Brian Johnson, he has to give in.
2 balls and a strike. 2 on, 2 out. 3-1. Well, he wanted that one. And the Wrigley Field faithful wanted it. 3-1 the count.
Well, he got Hayes to chase one up and away in his first at bat. He tried it once more, and Hayes didn't bite.
Nothing to nothing. The Giants do not yet have a hit against Steve Trachsel. This will be the 22nd pitch of this inning for Trachsel. The splitter. Strike 2.
Well, you like a guy to want to hit in this situation, but you do not want him to chase pitches out of the strike zone like that.
And has won the 40,000 plus at Wrigley Field rising to their feet with 2 strikes and 2 out. 2 on for the Giants. Now Trachsel himself diffuses the crowd. There's Kent at third. Carter at second. Trachsel still hasn't gotten a sign that he wants it. Hayes is getting frustrated at the plate.
Well, I don't know if he wants to throw the pitch at all.
Houston's going to go out. So they've been having a long distance argument there between the mound and home plate.
Well, you see a lot of pitchers now covering their mouth with their glove because a lot of times you can read their lips.
Well, a famous
on-deck circle, because that's what Will Clark did when he was facing the Cubs here in the '89 playoffs. He read the lips of Greg Maddux, say he's going with the fastball.
Don Zimmer went out. Will Clark then stepped in and hit a grand slam against Maddux. Right here. 3-2 to Hayes. The splitter in the dirt. Ball 4, and now the bases are loaded, and he will have to face Johnson. And Johnson did make very hard contact on a ball that got knocked down by the wind back in the 3rd inning to right field. And here comes Phil Regan, the pitching coach, out to the mound. So we got our first real crisis point in this game now.
Well, if you're Brian Johnson in this situation, you walk to the plate and you say, well, I'm going to sit on a fastball. He's missing with everything else. I'm going to sit on a fastball in a certain location, and I'm going to try to drive the ball, get a base hit to drive in these runs. If he throws a curveball or something else, you go ahead and take it, because it's imperative that he gets out in front of you, or you can just sit on pitches. So the first pitch, in my opinion, is always the most important pitch in a bases loaded situation like this.
Brian Johnson, former quarterback from Stanford University, 13 home runs for the year. 3 men on, 2 men out. The Giants and Cubs scoreless. The Giants yet without a hit.
Yeah.
Starts him with a curve.
And that's
strike 1.
And that's okay. If you're Brian Johnson, you say, okay, I give him that. But if he misses with that pitch, then you've got 2 pitches to play with. So what you do as a hitter is put yourself in the best possible hitting situation you can get. And I believe that was sitting there looking for a fastball on the first pitch.
So give Trachsel credit, just a great pitch.
Yeah, it's only 1 strike.
He
so
executed it. Kent at third, Carter at second, Hayes at first, as you saw. 2 down.
Yes.
Up too high. 1 ball, 1 strike. I guess it was a split-fingered pitch, but it didn't. Get it where he wanted it.
I really think he tried to throw another curveball, John. He just threw it too hard. I think he tried to come with the same pitch. He threw it too hard.
1 ball, 1 strike to Brian Johnson. And yeah, it's nail-biting time here at Wrigley in the 4th inning. In the dirt.
See, now, if I'm Brian Johnson, I'm back in that same situation. I'm sitting dead red here, looking for another fastball that I can drive someplace. If he throws me a curveball and he throws a strike, so what? He's got to do it again.
So it's real risky now to throw anything but the fastball.
So you've got to sit there and say, I'm going to look for a fastball.
So he's not thrown one yet to Johnson in this at-bat.
But you can't chase it out of the strike zone. You just have to sit and say, I'm going to look for a fastball right in a certain zone.
Kent, Carter, and Hayes, the 3 runners. 2 down, 4th inning. Now, again, with Trachsel taking an extreme amount of time. I mean, he and Houston act like they've never even met each other. I mean, whatever Houston's calling for, Trachsel never seems to want to throw it. 2-1 the count.
Yeah.
Well, he sit on the fastball, looked like a little up a little bit, but at least he was aggressive. He got the pitch he wanted. He just didn't hit it.
Cubs fans rise to their feet all around Wrigley Field again. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down, and 3 men on.
Well, now, if you're Brian Johnson, you just have to hit the ball. See the ball, hit the ball. You can't really sit there and say, I'm going to sit dead fastball or look for a splitter.
So he could
have to see the ball.
He could try that splitter now.
Right. You have to see the ball and go after it.
The curve, strike 3 call. The Giants leave the bases loaded. Trachsel laboring through 29 pitches. Got through it. Sosa coming up.
The more power, the quicker the flash, the brighter the smiles. Introducing new Duracell Ultra with a concentrated power force to get more life out of your high-tech devices. New Duracell Ultra. More power, more life.
Ask 100 brewers, and they'll tell you the same thing. Great water helps make the most refreshing beer. So do you think all brewers use the same ice-cold water? Think again.
It's like this. We like big engines, big tires, and riding up high. That's why we don't make cars. We think you'll see more of the world in a 215 horsepower Isuzu Trooper. Lease one for $289 a month for 48 months with $784 due at lease signing. Because the world is big, and cars just aren't.
Oh, folks, I've got some news for you. Not that headline stuff, but real news. You can make all your long-distance calls from home up to 20 minutes for only 99 cents. Less than $1. Cheaper than a sack of nuts. And it's just 10 cents for each minute over 20. How? Just dial 1010-220. Even Ed can do it. Just dial 1010-220, then 1 and the number. No fees, no contracts. It's about communicating. Up to 20 minutes of it for only 99 cents. Dial 1010-220.
Whether it's on the network or the net, it's ESPN. Log on to ESPN.com. It's your gateway to sports on the internet. Get a total fix anytime you log on. Plus, read Vitale, Gammons, Mortensen. Get scores, updates, breaking news, and get smart fast. ESPN.com. Log on today.
In the friendly confines of Wrigley Field, the wild card berth at stake. No score yet.
There's a high fastball that he got, but it was out of the strike zone. And then Trachsel just makes a great pitch. But when you get 2 strikes on you, you can no longer look for a pitch. You have to see the ball and go after it. But he made a good pitch.
Now Gardner to Morandini, who singled his first time, and a curveball for a strike. Gardner sat a good long while there while Trachsel not only threw a lot of pitches, but took interminable lengths of time between pitches. Sammy Sosa is on deck.
This is an important part here again for Mark Gardner. If he can go 1, 2, 3 and get him right back out there for Trachsel, make Trachsel go right back to work, then without having him sit there and be able to relax for a while, everything will work in the Giants' favor.
Trachsel hoping for a little time off now. 2 strikes to Morandini. Just off the outside. Sammy Sosa on deck, then Mark Grace. So they'd like to see Morandini get aboard here in front of the big guys. This is the guy who's been getting it done all year long. Sammy Sosa. The curve misses. Sammy Sosa, surely the MVP in the National League.
Well, if I had a vote, I would give it to him, although there have been a lot of great seasons this year in the National League. Greg Vaughn in San Diego, Alou and Bagwell and Biggio and Bell in Houston.
Full count now. He had him 0-2. Now it is 3-2. And that's Morandini. I mean, he is a very discerning hitter at the plate, and he'll make a pitcher throw a lot of pitches. He will take a walk. Out of play.
And of course, Mark McGwire has had the best, season of his career and the most popular season. I mean, I think he's player of the year, but the MVP and the player of the year, in my opinion, are 2 different people, or can be 2 different people.
And even McGwire has said, hey, Sammy Sosa's got to get the MVP.
Yeah.
Left field. Bonds with room in the corner. It's the big part of left field. So 1 gone, and now Sammy Sosa. It hasn't been the custom with McGwire and Sosa The crowd rises to its feet as Sammy comes to the plate.
And the umpires have to wait for a new batch of balls. You know, talking to Billy Williams a week or so ago, he said the big difference in Sammy Sosa this year, one of the things he did, he moved off the plate and lowered his hands. He used to have his hands up real high. He moved off the plate, lowered his hands, and he thinks that gives him a better view of the plate, of the pitch. He can read the pitch better. Rather than being close to the plate, worried about the inside pitch, he used to chase a lot of pitches out of the strike zone. He doesn't do that nearly as much now.
And it's 2-0. Sosa used to go up there and just hack, and you could get him out swinging at bad balls. But this year, he's hit over 300 all season long. But also, 3 of his home runs the whole year have come on the first pitch. McGuire, by contrast, had 12 on the first pitch. Well, a little over anxious there.
Well, but you know, he's aggressive, and you say to yourself, hey, I'm up here, I'm the big guy, I've got to swing the bat. That one he couldn't do much with, but it's still 2 balls and 1 strike. You know what I mean? You were ahead in the count. So you had a foul to take.
Free swing.
Yeah, you had 1 foul to take there, so he took it.
Mark Grace on deck. No score, 4th inning. 66 home runs, Sammy Sosa at the plate.
He didn't have a foul to take there. That was a bad pitch up and in, and not much he could do with it, even if he hit it. Watch this. You see the setup. I mean, Mark Gardner misses by about 3 feet. Brian Johnson set up low and away, and that pitch is up and in. And that's the problem that we see a lot of pitchers have. They're trying to make perfect pitches on McGuire and Sosa, and they make mistakes in doing so. Trying to be perfect.
2-2. The curve for the strikeout. And suddenly silence at Wrigley Field.
Mighty Casey has struck out.
Slamming Sammy.
Because, I mean, all the air went out of this place then.
I mean, it was incredible. From this cacophony of sound to silence just like that.
Well, that's a beautiful pitch. I mean, that curveball just disappeared. It looked like it was going to be a pretty good pitch to hit. But all of a sudden, the bottom fell out of it.
Well, Gardner's got a great curveball, and that was as good as you'll see.
And that was his first strikeout. Good time to get it.
Now Mark Grace. He singled to right his first time. 2 down, nobody on. On the outside for a strike. Grace didn't think so. No score, 4th inning. The Cubs have 2 hits, but have hit into 2 double plays. Gardner has walked 1. Cubs have left 1 man on. The Giants have had no hits against Trachsel. Trachsel has walked 4, and he hit a batter. Popped up. Charlie Hayes over against the railing. Just enough room. Well, he did retire the side in order. And Trachsel's got to get right back out there. Gardner, Javier, and Aurilia coming up. No score.
Ship your package in 2 days with FedEx. And you'll run into 7 different price zones.
Ship your package in 2 days with UPS. And you'll run into 7 different price zones.
Ship your package in 2 to 3 days with Priority Mail. And there's just 1 price zone.
So, what's your priority? Priority Mail from the U.S. Postal Service.
about to change forever. Introducing the new E-Trade, the #1 rated place to invest online. Now open free to the public with 10 times more research, more tools, more power, free real-time quotes. Still from just $14.95 a trade. Call 1-800-E-TRADE-1 to find out why. Someday, we'll all invest this way.
Giants nothing, Cubs nothing. Darkness has long since settled in over Chicago. One team will go home for a long winter's rest, and one will head to Atlanta after this game. And we have gone real far from deciding anything up till now. No score, 5th inning. The Giants have had the game's only serious threat, getting the bases loaded in the 4th. Mark Gardner against his counterpart, Steve Trachsel, and there is ball 1. Trachsel, in his previous start in Milwaukee last Wednesday, was breezing along. He had a 7-0 lead and a shutout for 6 innings. But then the Brewers scored 4 runs in the 7th against him, knocking him from the box in a game that finally the Cubs lost on the drop fly ball by Brant Brown, 8-7. That was a crusher. Fouled away by Gardner. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
We all know that Brant Brown dropped that ball that day, John. But one other thing that happened in the 9th inning is that Jim Riggleman chose to walk Larry Burnitz and put the winning run on base. And that was the run that scored when Brown dropped the ball.
Jeremy Burnitz scored all the way from first, running hard.
And, you know, a lot of people say, well, it was the right thing to do, and it probably is. But there are reasons that you don't put the winning run on base a lot of times, because things can happen.
Here we go.
Strike 3 call. So Gardner struck out twice. 1 gone for San Francisco in the 5th. And leadoff man Stan Javier coming up.
Well, Trachsel has made some excellent pitches, especially with 2 strikes. He's been able to spot that fastball on the outside corner, as he does here with Gardner, and he's also been able to throw the curveball on the outside corner. So he has been able to make big pitches when he's needed them. You can see the difference in the pitchers, though. Trachsel throwing a lot more pitches than Gardner has.
Quite a few more. Trachsel threw 29 pitches in that 4th inning, but he got through it. The Giants have not scored, and they do not have a hit against him. Javier has flied out and walked. And that's ball 1 to Stan Javier. A veteran, excellent outfielder, can steal a base. Ended up being the Giants' regular right fielder for the 2nd half of last season. Shows bunt, takes a ball, and it is 2-0. Barry Bonds has not yet come to bat with anybody on base, and neither has Jeff Kent. When you talk about shutting down the Giants, that's a good way to do it.
If you can pitch to them from the windup, you're in a lot better position than trying to throw from the stretch.
3-0. He has walked 4 and hit 1 in the first 4 innings of this game. Cubs have everybody on alert tonight. Kevin Tapani, who was their ace starter this year, is in the bullpen if needed. And it's 3-1. Tapani, a 19-game winner. And if necessary, he might even be the right-handed setup man for Rod Beck. Rod Beck, who threw 36 pitches yesterday and 24 the day before. But they figure that they can give him an inning, or that he can give them an inning if needed. It's a walk for Javier. That is walk number 5 by Trachsel. And Houston and Trachsel will talk as Phil Regan and Jim Riggleman looking rather tight-lipped right now, as you might expect.
Well, one thing that the Cubs do know, and that is that Javier had that base stolen the last time up when Aurelia took strike 3, so they have to be more aware of him this time than before, because Javier also knows that he can make it now.
Javier had 21 steals during the season, or has during the season. This is a regular season game. Rich Aurilia has grounded a 3rd and struck out looking.
The reason I knew it was a regular season game, John, I went in the Giants clubhouse before the ball game, and they were filling out the pass list. players still get free passes. You do not get those in the divisional playoffs, the LCS, and the World Series. You have to pay for those extra tickets.
Starting tomorrow, it's a new season. Almost hit it. 1 ball, no strikes.
Now here's the situation again. If you're Dusty and you want to hit and run, this is the pitch to do it on. But Trachsel has been a little erratic for the hit and run, meaning that he's missed badly with a lot of pitches. Like the last pitch, you do not want to hit and run when a guy is not consistently in the strike zone. But if you're Javier at first base and you get the hit and run, you should still try to steal the base.
Barry Bonds on deck. I mean, you'd like to stay out of the double play so as to give Bonds a chance here with somebody on base.
Well, Javier wasn't sure of the sign, so he steps out and he's asked for it again. He talked to the first base coach. Now he's getting the signs all over again.
Ron Wotus flashing the signs from the third base coach's box. Aurilia now stands back in. 1 ball and no strikes the count.
I don't think anything is on now. When that happens, usually a manager, even if he had a sign on, he will take it off.
That's foul right past Wotus. 1 ball, 1 strike. The stands at Wrigley Field out very close to the field, especially in the corners. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. There's the panoramic look. This old ballpark. Cubs moved in here 1916. It was built actually for another league, a third major league that was in existence only a couple of years, the Federal League. So Joe, this is actually the last Federal League ballpark in existence.
And the oldest in the National League.
And we hope that 50 years from now we can still say the same thing. Because it's a great place to come. But the fans here, we usually refer to this as the friendly confines, are on edge right now. No score, 5th inning. It's high and foul, and will go out of play on the third base side. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The wind blowing in from right and blew that one all the way back into the upper deck.
Sometimes as a manager, you think about a couple of things in this situation. First, you say, well, I've got Javier at first, but if Aurilia doesn't hit in a double play, Barry Bonds is going to be able to hit in this inning. If I get Javier thrown out trying to steal or hit and run and he swings and misses, Barry has to lead off the next inning, and you want Barry to hit with runners on if you can.
So
that, I mean, that's something you think about. I still think that you have to be aggressive, but you know, those are things you have to think about.
In the dirt and blocked by Houston. But Javier was not going anywhere. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 1 out, 1 on. Well, this is the count that Javier took off on back in the 3rd inning. And actually had it stolen, but the pitch had been called strike 3 to Aurilia.
So are you predicting he's going again?
I'm just for the benefit of our viewers, Joe, so that they might make an informed prediction, pointing that out.
All right.
He's running. 2-2 the count. Aurilia backing away as again Trachsel and Houston are having a pitch calling debating society here. Trachsel has not given up a hit. Javier is back. Well, Jim Riggleman remembers that Javier ran in this count the last time, and surely he asked Trachsel to make that throw.
Aurilia steps out again and looks down at Wotus and says, well, is he running or not?
And Aurilia really steps out. I mean, he stepped halfway over to the fungo circle that time. 2-2 the count. Javier, rather short lead. He's running. High in the air into right center field. The wind will knock that one down. Sosa. Two down, and Barry Bonds coming up.
Well, we've seen how Trachsel has pitched Barry the first couple of times up. He threw him fastball in the first time up and then a changeup away. Here's the fastball in, then it would change up away to get him out. And in this 4th inning, he comes inside with a fastball off off the plate. Now he goes back away, and all Barry can do is hit a ground ball at shortstop. And again, I've said Barry Bonds is a very intelligent hitter. He will adjust to what's going on out there. He knows that Trachsel's pitching him away, so he may look away and just give up the inside corner on the first pitch or so.
Two down. Javier at first.
Man, you got a pitch to hit, maybe a little bit up in the zone, but fastball out over the middle of the plate. I don't think you will see Javier run now. I don't think he will run unless Barry gets behind in the count, maybe gets 2 strikes or something. Then you might see him run.
Bonds has been hot all September and hot this year at Wrigley Field. The Giants, nothing. The Cubs, nothing in the 5th. Javier at first. Nice pitch. Strike 2 call.
That's another very important pitch. Now he's 0-2 as he throws pitch right on the outside corner. Now he's 0-2, and Barry knows that he has pitched him inside. And if you're Trachsel, truthfully, you should waste one inside, just to remind him again.
And we'll keep an eye on Javier now. The count has gone to 2 strikes on Bonds.
And this is a time that, you know, with a guy like Barry up there, 2 strikes behind the count, you can go ahead and take off.
So the entire crowd on its feet now with 2 strikes. Popped up. Foul. Gaetti's got room. The sign is retired. So Trachsel has handled Bonds. Rodriguez, Gaetti, and Houston coming up. Still scoreless.
There are people who believe the world is radically different than how it appears on television. Would you like to be one of them? Now, for a limited time, lease the 1998 Isuzu Amigo for $199 a month for 48 months and $894 due at lease signing. Offer ends September 30th.
Mark, if you're at the airport before my 8 o'clock flight, maybe we can talk. Otherwise, it's over.
Come on! I'll stop now!
Didn't get an AC Delco battery? They last up to 30% longer.
Barry!
AC Delco. If you're not asking for it, you're asking for it.
One official Major League Baseball, $9. New ball, $9. New ball, $9. New ball, new ball, new ball, $9. New windshield, $100. 62 and counting, priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Official card of Major League Baseball and believer that records were made to be broken.
When someone prepares a nice supper, you don't want the effort ruined by uneven legs on a chair or table. Use this coaster to shim these hallmarks of poor craftsmanship. After that, dig in to show your appreciation. That's living the high life.
A playoff for the right to win the National League Wild Card berth. The Giants nothing, the Cubs nothing as we move to the last of the 5th inning at Wrigley Field, Chicago. The Reverend Jesse Jackson here tonight. He stopped by the booth to say hello to my partner, Joe Morgan. He is here to help Sammy Sosa collect things and collect funds for the relief effort in Sammy's home country, the Dominican Republic, ravaged by the Hurricane George. Here is Henry Rodriguez. That curveball misses from Mark Gardner. 1 ball, no strikes.
John, on Saturday night, Sammy Sosa, Jose Hernandez, and Henry Rodriguez went out and helped them load trucks. They were going to be sent over, you know, to help the people in Dominican Republic. And they had the final game yesterday. They did that on Saturday night and played yesterday afternoon in their final road game of the season.
3-0 to Rodriguez. Gary Gaetti on deck. Well, the Reverend Jackson said that if you'd like to support the Sammy Sosa Foundation, which is heading up this effort to send relief items to the Dominican Republic. You can call Wrigley Field and they'll give you the information on how to do it. I had a feeling Rodriguez was taken all the way on that one, Joe. 3-1 the count.
Well, I'm not so sure that he should have been.
Right center field. Javier. Base hit. Good job by Javier to hold him to a single. Henry Rodriguez gets the Cubs' third hit.
Well, Rodriguez, along with Sammy Sosa, is really your power hitters on this ball club. And a lot of times you let a guy turn a guy loose 3-0. He actually had a better hit 3-0 than he did pitched a hit than he had 3-1. Good job by Stan Javier to hold him to a single.
Here's Gaetti. He grinded into a double play his first time. Strike on the outside.
And one of the things you have to remember with Rodriguez, he doesn't run that well, so the fact that he's on first base, you know, to get if he would have gotten a walk would not have been that big a deal.
Snow on the bag with Rodriguez. The middle infield double play depth against Gaetti. Strike 2 on the inside. And he goes back to talk to Bruce Fleming about it. We're at Wrigley Field, Chicago. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan. The Giants and the Cubs in a playoff to determine which one will secure the wild card berth in the National League Division Series. The winner will go to Atlanta to face the Braves starting Wednesday. No score, 5th inning. There's a high drive deep into left center. Bonds back at the wall. Gone! 2-0 Chicago.
This is a small ballpark, and if you hit the ball to left field, even with the wind blowing in, it will still go out.
Gary Gaetti with his 8th home run as a Cub. In 126 at-bats, he has just been a great presence in that lineup since coming over from the Cardinals.
John, this is really just a mistake that you cannot make if you're a veteran pitcher on an 0-2 pitch. No balls and 2 strikes. You try to get him to chase something, but watch where this pitch is. Right in the middle of the plate, bell tied. You cannot make a mistake like that with no balls and 2 strikes on you. And if you hit it well to left field, it will still go out here in Wrigley Field, even with the wind blowing in. And that goes around about 6 rows deep, and the Cubs have a 2-0 lead.
And that's the look in the dugout as they saw it on its way. They were hoping, and then it landed in the bleachers. Relieve some of that tension for the Cubs. They have scored first, and Mark Gardner, knowing he made a mistake, that is Gary Gaetti's wife.
And the delay is because the Cubs fans got excited and they had to clean up some of the debris in the outfield.
So the grounds crew out to clean up the outfield. And the fans start to chant Gary, and he comes up to take a bow. So the first big hit of the game comes from the Cubs for the 40-year-old Gary Gaetti. There's Tyler Houston. He hits a high fly ball, but that will stay in the ballpark. Stan Javier in left center, and that is the first out of the 5th inning. Well, not only did he give up the home run, then Gardner had to wait around for 2 or 3 minutes while they cleaned up the outfield. Gary Gaetti with his 362nd career home run. Gaetti had a big hit in Houston over the weekend, a 2-run double against the Astros. And he's just been getting big hits. I mean, he just has been a tremendous addition to this club.
Well, Gary has been in big game situations before with the Twins. And
curveball to Jose Hernandez for a strike. Gaetti has been through it all over the years. Cardinals made a trade just before the trading deadline with Texas acquiring young third baseman Fernando Tatis, and they were out of the race anyway, so they put Gaetti on release waivers. That's a swinging strike 2. 2-2, and which gave them 10 days to either release him or trade him. And during that time, the Cubs were able to secure him. And then McPhail, the president, who of course had Gaetti when he was the general manager in Houston, in Minnesota. 3-2 the count. So Gary Gaetti, who homered in the first game he ever played at the Metrodome with the Twins, and now he homers the first time he's ever played in a tiebreaker playoff. And that is strike 3 call to the inside corner. Out number 2. And Trachsel, the pitcher, coming up. Hasn't really been pretty for Trachsel, but he's retired Barry Bonds 3 times consecutively. That's certainly been a key for him.
I think he's actually really frustrated Bonds tonight.
Strike 1. Trachsel's also a pretty good hitter. A .270 batting average. 17 hits in 63 at bats, 3 doubles and a home run. Very good hitter. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Cubs have gone ahead 2-0 in the 5th inning, and the Giants, who had to play from behind these last 10 days, now in this tiebreaker playoff have to play from behind. Two and 1 the count to Trachsel. 2 down, nobody on. 2 runs in. The Cubs using their favorite weapon of the year, the home run.
There it goes.
Javier into shallow center. But 2 runs on the board for the Chicago Cubs. Jeff Kent, Joe Carter, and JT Snow coming up. 2-0 Cubs.
There is no limit to where it can take you. With a leather-trimmed and preferred suede interior, heated front seats, 200-watt CD sound system, and dual-zone temperature control. Winner of the Total Quality Award for Best Ownership Experience. The most luxurious minivan you can buy. Chrysler Town & Country. We call it limited. You'll call it unlimited. Chrysler, engineered to be great cars.
Day 1 on the road, in the air, to cover Major League Baseball.
It's the year of the home run, my friends. Jack City. We're watching the big boys launch the long-range missiles over and over again, higher and higher. In fact, this ball right here is a ball that Mark McGwire launched into the propeller of the Bud 1 airship, proving that he is the Red Menace.
Hey, man, call the FAA. These guys are a threat to our airspace.
Investing is about to change forever. Introducing the new E-Trade, the #1 rated place to invest online. Now open free to the public with 10 times more research, more tools, more power, free real-time quotes. Still from just $14.95 a trade. Call 1-800-E-TRADE-1 to find out why. Someday, we'll all invest this way.
the Honda ATVs. The desert can't beat them. The jungle can't beat them. Mountains, rocks, water, even a fall from 1,000 feet can't beat them. And if you thought these Hondas were tough to beat before, now they come with no down payment and 9.8% APR financing, but only until December 31st. Tough to beat deals from your Honda dealer. Honda ATVs, best on earth.
Cubs 2, Giants nothing. The late Harry Carey, they've often felt has been somehow lingering over the proceedings in absentia, and that although Harry is not present in body, that he is in spirit, and the Cubs are now leading with Harry hovering out there over Wakeland Avenue. 2-0 Chicago. By the way, we had mentioned the story that Charlie Hayes of the Giants had not been able to contact his parents down in Mississippi, where Hurricane George going through the Gulf Coast. He was very concerned about that, and he asked us to ask them to call the ballpark if in fact they were watching. Well, we have further word in that story. Here's Jeff Kent against Trachsel. Curveball for a strike. Apparently they were not watching because they have no electricity in their home down there. But WDM radio in Mississippi was watching. They reached Charlie Hayes' mom. She reports that everyone is fine. They just don't have any electricity right now. That's a ball outside. They called WDAM in Mississippi, then called the ballpark here. Bob Rose, Giants publicity director, took the call and called down to the clubhouse to tell Charlie Hayes that everybody's fine down there. So Charlie got to be resting a little bit easier now to know that.
Yes.
That's out of play off to the right. Of course, Joe and I and all of us here at ESPN send all of our prayers and best wishes to everybody down who has been subjected to the ravages of Hurricane George. And if you've been able to tune in tonight, we're happy to play some small part, or maybe taking you away for just a brief time from the harsh reality down there. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Kent. 2-2. Kent has hit one right back to Trachsel, and he's been hit by a pitch. Joe Carter on deck, and then J.T. Snow. Steve Trachsel has walked 5 and hit a batter, but he has not allowed a hit. For the first time, he has a lead, 2-0. Right to Morandini.
Well, Jeff Kent takes a fastball away, and he goes the other way, but he lines it right at the second baseman, Morandini, who was positioned perfectly.
And now Joe Carter, who was lined out to right and walked. The outfield around toward left. Check swing and a foul. Joe Carter went to Toronto. Part of that huge trade that was made there. Roberto Alomar and Carter went to Toronto. Fred McGriff and Tony Fernandez went to San Diego.
Yes.
Strike. Call to the outside. 2 strikes to count.
Well, those 2 runs have really helped Trachsel. I mean, his fastball seems to have a little more life to it here in the 6th inning than it's had in the last 2 or 3 innings.
One and 2. Well, you know, I remember reading a quote after Al Leiter lost the ball game for the Mets on Saturday. Mets got shut out in Atlanta, and he said he really felt like the way they were struggling to get runs, that he was going to have to be perfect, not allow them to score to win that game, and it affected the way he threw. That's a foul. Just barely got a piece of it. So now Trachsel knows he can give up a run or 2 and be all right. Mark Gardner.
I mean, he's pitched very well. He just made that one bad pitch. And I mean, 0-2, you would think, you know, he's got to try to get him to fish for something or try to get Gaetti to hit a ground ball, at least throw a sinker away or something. But I know the pitch wasn't exactly where he wanted it, but you have to miss off the plate, not in the middle.
Ooh, man, that curveball right there. But Karchner tried to murder it, fouled it straight back.
Well, you see, Carter gets a fastball. Well, it's a look of breaking ball. Actually, it hangs on the inside part of the plate, and he just missed it.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Karchner. Steve Trachsel out of Long Beach State University. The splitter for the strikeout. 6 strikeouts for Trachsel.
Well, he made a bad pitch and he comes back with a good pitch. I mean, this splitter starts about knee high, and by the time it gets to the plate, it's in the dirt. Joe Carter with 2 strikes just about had to chase it. Good pitch there from Trachsel.
2 down, and here is JT Snow. He has walked and grounded out to first.
We got him.
A high pop fly. Easy play for Rodriguez. And Trachsel, for only the 2nd time in the game, retires the side in order. Top of the order, Johnson, Morandini, and Sammy Sosa coming up. 2-0 Cubs.
It's like this. We like big engines, big tires, and riding up high. That's why we don't make cars. We think you'll see more of the world in a 215 horsepower Isuzu Trooper. Lease one for $289 a month for 48 months with $784 due at lease signing. Because the world is big, and cars just aren't.
Arm's looking good, Cordell. Haven't missed one yet.
Deadly long-range passing, linebackers without conscience, NFL blitz. No refs, no rules, no mercy.
Break through to the new world of Mach 3 from Gillette, the first triple blade shaving system. 3 blades specially positioned to shave progressively closer. You take 1 stroke, it takes 3. So you don't have to shave the same area over and over, which means less irritation. 3 blades, fewer strokes, less irritation. Mach 3 from Gillette.
Leisure suits, go-go boots, feathered hat, fat cat, hippie chick, bachelor's turk, disco diva, Gucci shirt, shark skin slacks, gun in sacks, patent leather, boa feathers, hip huggers, toe tuggers, brown shoe, red maroon, golden man, lingerie, saddle shoes.
At the Attic Vintage Clothing Store in Las Vegas, the only thing that's out of style is using American Express. So bring your Visa card. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Thursday night football. At 8.
Syracuse, NC State, a rematch of one of last year's best games. Will it once again come down to the final play?
Thursday game night at 7:30. That's Syracuse versus NC State at 8. Thursday on ESPN.
Cubs 2, Giants 0. We go to the last of the 6th inning from Wrigley Field. College football on Saturday. Coverage begins with College Game Day at 11 a.m. Eastern on ESPN. Then 13th ranked Wisconsin meets Indiana at noon Eastern on ESPN2. Kentucky versus 24th ranked Arkansas at 6 p.m. on ESPN2. And 12th ranked Georgia versus 6th ranked LSU at 7 p.m. Eastern on ESPN. Mark Gardner, Lance Johnson. 1 ball, 1 strike to Lance, who has twice grounded a short. Morandini on deck, and then Sammy Sosa due up 3rd in the inning. 2-0, the Cubs lead.
Yeah.
Base hit.
And this is probably Mark Gardner's last inning if he can get through it without any problems, because he's the 3rd hitter for the Giants in the 7th inning. And there you see, that's what that 40-ounce bat will do for you. You do not have to get all of the ball, you know, to hit a line drive. And Lance swings that bat well.
If you're the Cubs here, I think you try to manufacture a run here.
You want to send Lance?
Well, either that or you have Morandini execute a hit and run, or you go ahead and bunt.
Johnson with 10 steals this year. Morandini, excellent bunter, excellent hit and run man.
Yeah.
Down the left field line. Bonds a long run. Gets there. Nice play by the Gold Glove outfielder. And back to first goes Johnson. And here comes Sammy Sosa. Out beyond the left field wall on Wayland Avenue. They put up the police barriers out there. But a huge crowd of folks hoping to perhaps get a hold of number 67. Sosa stands in. He has, on a check swing, bounced into a double play, and he has also struck out. Johnson back to the bag at first. Sosa with 4 home runs lifetime against Gardner. He also has hit 4 against Oral Hershiser of the Giants, but has not hit more than 4 against anybody. That looked like swinging for number 67.
Well, this pitch is up and out of the strike zone as we take a look at Rodriguez and Johnstone in the Giants bullpen.
Sosa back out of the box, trying to gather his thoughts. Now he's back in there. Lance Johnson back to the bag at first. The outfield very deep and around toward left for the Giants. Well, Sosa has hit a lot of his home runs this year to right and right center. Tonight, the wind blowing in from right. Everybody on their feet. Base hit. Johnson's going to try for third. He's in there. The ball hits him.
Good hustle by Johnson. Javier seemed to fall down and didn't get much on the throw, but Johnson forced the action. That's the aggressive type play that you want, and Lance Johnson made it. But this is also the Sammy Sosa of 1998. He will cut down on his swing and hit the ball back through the middle.
Mark Gardner backing up the play at third base as Dusty Baker heads out to the mound now. And Mark Gardner is finished.
Well, if you're the Giants, you cannot afford to fall any farther behind, and he wants a left-hander here to try to get Mark Grace out.
2 lefties coming up, Grace and Rodriguez. Runners at first and third, 1 out. The Cubs already leading 2-0. We'll be right back.
Why settle for a little of something you love when you can have a lot more? With TCI Digital Cable, you get more nonstop sports news, interviews, and feature stories on ESPN News. Plus more of the world's greatest moments in sports on ESPN Classic Sports. And best of all, you get it right through the cable you already have. Order TCI Digital Cable today and start getting more of what you want.
At the Chrysler Superstore of Hastings, you'll find a better selection of new vehicles than ever before. And right now is the best time to get the truck you want at low 98 closeout prices. In fact, we'll beat your best deal by at least $200 on any new vehicle, or we'll give you $500. No matter where you are, you're close to savings at the all-new Chrysler Superstore of Hastings, just west of downtown Hastings on West State Street.
Football players know a lot about home equity loans.
So do football players.
At Superior Bank, we don't play games with your financial future. Instead, Superior has been helping homeowners for over 75 years. Helping homeowners reduce their bills to one monthly payment and get the cash they need when they need it, even if they've had credit problems in the past. So if you're tired of playing games, call Superior Direct now at 1-888-678-7777.
Cubs lead 2-0. Sammy Sosa singling to center with Johnson taking third. And now Rich Rodriguez, the veteran left-hander, has come on to face Mark Grace.
And he has not had a lot of success against Mark Grace. Grace is 5 for 9 against Rodriguez with 1 home run.
Lance Johnson at third base. Sammy Sosa at first. Snow on the bag with him. Outside, ball 1. Grace, there you see his numbers, as Joe mentioned, against Rodriguez. Grace in this game is single to right and fouled out to third. Big spot in the game, the chance for the Cubs with their cleanup hitter up there to extend their lead. Sosa back at first. Sammy led the club this year with 18 steals. They don't run a whole lot. Only 64 steals for the whole team all year. They have hit more home runs, though, than any Cubs team in history. Kind
of interesting the way Mark Grace kind of decoys a lot of pitchers away. He kind of walks across the plate, which tells them that maybe you can come inside on him, but he protects inside first. You see him kind of walk across the plate on those first 2 pitches. If you're the catcher or the pitcher, you say, well, I should bust him inside, but he actually wants that. I'm not so sure that he won't be swinging on this particular pitch. I mean, Mark Grace and Sammy Sosa are your big guys, especially RBI men and your best hitters. 3-0, you can let him take a hack. He's disciplined enough to know that he has to get a good pitch that he can drive. And that was one that he could drive, but he chose not to swing at it.
3-1. Grace looking over Tom Gamboa, the third base coach. Relaying the sign for that man, manager Jim Riggleman. The middle infield double play depth. Sosa's running. Ball 4.
That was a good smart play, I think, by the Cubs there to go ahead and run Sammy Sosa, because Mark Grace will put the ball in play if it's a strike, and you open up a hole for him on the left side, especially because he's not going to pull a lot of left-handed pitchers, but if he does pull it, you still have the hole open at first base. So I think that was a perfect hit-and-run situation there for Riggleman.
Now, instead of Henry Rodriguez, there is Matt Mieske to come out and act as a pinch hitter. Dusty Baker has a right-hander up in his bullpen, but also remember that Jim Riggleman's got 2 outstanding left-handed hitters still on his bench, Orlando Mesa and Brant Brown. So Henry Rodriguez hacking his gear.
Well, John, Glenn Allen Hill hit a pinch hit grand slam home run against the Giants earlier this year.
Right here at Wrigley Field.
Yeah, in this situation, a pinch hit, and Glenn Allen Hill hit a home run, a grand slam. But they choose to use Matt Mieske. I think he doesn't want to fire all his big lumber this early in the ball game.
Johnson at third, Sosa at second, and Grace at first. 1 out. The Cubs ahead 2-0. The Giants infield pulled in at the corners, double play depth up the middle. Strike on the outside.
I think if there's a ground ball at third, if it's near the back, Charlie Hayes will tag third and throw the first. But otherwise, he's in a position where he has to go around the horn as well. He's not in a position like to come to the plate. He's playing back pretty deep.
So only Snow really is pulled in.
Exactly.
Base hit. Johnson is in to score. And Sosa scores. Race to third. 4-0 Cubs. Johnstone is being summoned in for the bullpen. Matt Mieske, former Milwaukee Brewer, gets the huge hit. 4-0 Cubs. We'll be back.
Wanna be Americano? You were born in Italy. You try living alla moda. All you do is sing okay.
Fare americana, ma se nati in Italia, siento me successe niente fa ok.
The year was 1923. The automobile was changing America, and Purolator invents the oil filter, coining the phrase pure oil now, pure oil later, Purolator. And the rest is history. After all, we invented the business.
Hi, I'm Ken Schrader, and I'm Mike Wallace. We'd like to congratulate Purolator on 75 years in business and your involvement in racing. You've been there for the sport, and you've been there for the customer. So happy anniversary, Purolator, and congratulations on 75 years of being the leader.
The powdered sugar on this donut puts a semi-protective barrier between your fingerprint and your nutrition. But even if some grease does get on that donut, that's just flavor to a High Life man.
Where can you find the latest stats and participate in live chats? At MajorLeagueBaseball.com, the place for live game audio and video highlights, player profiles, historical facts, and updated scores. Click on to loads of information on all 30 Major League Baseball teams. Catch all the latest baseball news and drop us an email on how you're enjoying the telecast. That's MajorLeagueBaseball.com. What a sight to see.
Cubs now leading 4-0 in the 6th inning. And they are threatening to get more. Johnstone, the third Giants pitcher of the game. Right-hander. He's had an excellent season for them. But yesterday in Denver, he hung a slider to Chad Helton, who hit it for a 3-run homer. Part of the Rockies' comeback.
Well, if you're wondering maybe why Dusty didn't bring him in to pitch to Mieske, well, as you said, they have Merced and Brent Brown on the bench, and those two guys have been more successful pinch hitting this year than Mieske had. Mieske had really not done that well as a pinch hitter this year.
2 on, 1 out. Gary Gaetti is at the plate. He started all of this in the 5th inning when he hit a 2-run homer against Gardner. That was the first scoring of the game. Now 2 more runs are home, and they want more. Missing inside. Mark Race is at third base, and Matt Mieske is over at first after a 2-run single. Mieske, as a pinch hitter, had been 4 for 25.
Yeah, that's not very good, and the other guys are hitting well over 300. Well, Brent Brown 6 for 21, and Orlando Merced is a guy that will always put the ball in play, and he's hitting 375 as a pinch hitter. So I guess you take the lesser of 2 evils, and that's one of the reasons he left Rodriguez in to pitch to Mieske.
But Mieske crossed him up. A huge hit from Matt Mieske. Slider. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Gaetti chased him. Giants bullpen busy again. Rookie right-hander Russ Ortiz, who's been in the rotation the last couple of months, warming up. Well, Joe, when we were in Seattle 3 years ago in the big playoff between the Angels and the Mariners, little heralded Luis Soho got the big hit. Should be 2, or really the second one. Came back to first. 2. Double play. So the Cubs add 2, but they don't put them away. We go to the 7th inning. Charlie Hayes coming up. 4-0 Cubs.
For the original Aviators, there was only one seat in the plane, up front. For today's business travelers, today's Aviators, there is still only one seat in the plane. We know you want that seat up front. That's why TWA expanded our first-class cabins. We've added 60% more first-class seats. Transworld First. It's just one of the ways we recognize you, today's Aviators.
We're TWA, and we want to be your airline.
The feel of smart design is the feel of flexibility. Schick Tracer FX is the only razor that flexes to cover every sensitive curve. A design so smart, you can feel it. Schick, the feel of smart design.
I won't rest until every thirsty beer-drinking adult has a cold Coors Light in his hands. Rest is for the peanut vendors and the nacho guys. The folks who frost-brew Coors Light, they don't rest until it's perfectly refreshing. And it's my job to get it to you that way. Oh, there's no rest for the beer man, not until every fan here is refreshed.
Joey, you ready?
I think everyone here is pretty refreshed, right?
Steve Trachsel, as you see the totals there, not only leading 4-0, the Giants have not yet had a hit against him as we go to the 7th inning. And one of the heroes of the piece for the Cubs up till now, Matt Mieske, staying in the ball game to play left field after pinch hitting for Henry Rodriguez. So now the Giants, as we head into the late innings, after making their scintillating run down the stretch from 5 games out with 10 games to play to force a playoff. Now they are 4 runs down with only 3 innings to play here at Wrigley Field. And how many comebacks can one team have?
Well, I think what you have to say to yourself if you're the Giants is we have 9 outs left. Let's use them to the best of our ability. You can't go up there and hit a 3-run homer or a 4-run homer. Just we need some base runners.
Barry Bonds has been shut down by Trachsel, 0 for 3.
I would say even worse than that, John. He's been frustrated by Trachsel.
Yes. Charlie Hayes fouling it back. He is flying to shallow right and walked. Brian Johnson due up next, but Brent Mayne, a left-handed hitter, has come out on deck. Brent Mayne on deck.
There we go.
1 ball, 1 strike to Charlie Hayes. Jeff Kent 0 for 2 and was hit by a pitch. Although he hit the ball hard in the 6th inning, Bonds has not been able to make hard contact. 0 for 3.
Yes.
Those are the 2 big guys. 248 RBIs for the 2 of them. And they've been shut down by Steve Trachsel.
And if you're the Giants, you look ahead, you're 4 runs down, and you only have the prospect probably of them hitting 1 more time in this ball game. That's the tough part. So you're going to have to do it.
Right to Morandini.
Well, the Giants have not had a base hit, but they've hit some balls hard.
So in the 6th inning, Kent led off with a line drive right to Morandini. Giants have not had a leadoff man get on base in any inning of this game. All 7 of the men who have led off the innings for the Giants tonight have been retired by Steve Trachsel. Now Brent Mayne, the pinch hitter for Johnson. Mayne, 267 for the year, 3 homers, 32 batted in. That's a base hit. And that is the first one. So Trachsel a no-hitter for 6 in the 3rd innings.
Being honest with you, John, I don't think he really cared. After he got the lead, he was going to make them swing the bat.
Well, it wasn't like Roy Halladay's day yesterday in Toronto.
No, that was...
I mean, he had no hits, no walks.
I felt for him. I was watching him. Well, he started each hitter off this inning with a fastball. And Mayne gets a fastball, and he lines it to right field for a base hit. And I guess he's not pitching good enough. Phil Regan goes out. He gives up this first base hit. He's retired. He had retired like 6 Giants in a row.
Giants are going to bring a pinch hitter up here as Regan and Houston out chatting at the mound with Steve Trachsel. Armando Rios from Santurce, Puerto Rico originally. Then he went to Louisiana State University. Made his way through the Giants farm system. Got his first look in the big leagues this year. In his second pinch hit at bat, he hit a pinch hit homer in L.A. The next day, he came up as a pinch hitter again and again homer. He has played for the last 4 years for Cubs third base coach Tom Gamboa in the winter leagues down there in Puerto Rico. And Gamboa really likes him. He likens him to a Lenny Dykstra kind of a spark plug player. Good hitter, runs well. Excellent center fielder. Rios has only had 7 official at bats as a big leaguer and has 2 home runs and 2 singles.
Double play, come on.
Mayne at first, 1 out. In the dirt, blocked. Ball 1. And the Cubs for the first time in the game have bullpen activity. Matt Karchner, a right-hander, is warming up for the Cubs. Cubs lead 4-0. We're in the 7th inning. Leadoff man Stan Javier is on deck. Grace is playing behind Mayne at first base now, not on the bag with him.
Yes.
Nice pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, Rios out of LSU, Trachsel out of Long Beach State. Both have had College World Series experience.
I like all that, but it's not like major league experience and playing in a playoff game.
This is a little different.
Little different.
The big stage. Show.
Yeah.
Strike 2. He chased it. The 116th pitch, by the way, thrown by Trachsel in this one.
Well, this fastball runs away. One of the things I think that has made Trachsel successful tonight, John, is he's been just erratic enough. By that I mean the hitters can't get any rhythm on him. He is not in any type of groove where he's, you know, throwing a fastball in, change up away. He doesn't have a pattern. He's just been erratic enough to keep the Giants hitters off balance and had them swinging a lot of pitches out of the zone.
But he tried the same one there. I mean, Joe, what is that? Is that the split-fingered pitch? I mean, it came in 81 miles an hour.
No, it looked like he just turned over the fastball. He runs it away from the left-handed hitter.
Because it's considerably slower, right, than his regular
But he
fastball.
wasn't trying to throw. It's not like a sinker, but he just turns it over. The ball moves away.
2-2 the count. Armando Rios, only his 8th major league at bat.
That's nothing.
Foul ground, Gaetti, and in amongst the spectators. The wind may have helped get it there. 2-2. Gaetti and the shortstop Hernandez gave chase. Wrigley Field, there has not been postseason play here for 9 years. 1989, the last time when the Cubs and Giants met in the National League Championship Series. Cubs figure that's a long enough drought. They, of course, also went into the League Championship Series 1984. They have not been to the World Series since 1945 and have not won the World Series since 1908. They lead this game 4-0 in the 7th. 1 on, 1 out. 2-2 the count. And Rios going out after it, fouling it back out of play. This is the pretty big situation for a rookie who's just a September call-up.
Yes, it is, but, you know, the one thing I've been impressed with a lot of young players, I mean, in the big leagues especially, is that they have no fear, John. I mean, they feel like, hey, I can do it, and I belong here. So they don't think like we did when I first came up. They're not nervous and afraid.
2-2 the count. Mayne at first. And he threw him the split-fingered pitch, and Rios, the raw rookie, took it. A lot of the veterans have had a hard time taking that one on 2 strikes tonight.
Interesting situation here. Mark Grace is playing behind the runner at first base. The question is, do you send him, you know, because he can get a big lead, or do you go ahead and play it straight up?
Well, what would you do?
I'm aggressive, John. You know that. But the other risk is you're 4 runs down. If he hits a line drive at, you know, at someone, you're out of the inning.
3 balls, 2 strikes, and many in the crowd rise to their feet now. Mayne is not running. Just missing it. That was awfully close. Wow.
Well, Trachsel very upset with the call. I mean, a little more demonstrative than they should have been there.
Well, and Bruce Fleming will not take kindly to that.
No, I don't think Bruce saw him. Well, watch his reaction.
Well, the catcher did bring the ball up a little bit, but I think that pitch has been called a strike a few times.
I mean, look at Traxel's reaction. But again, I don't think Bruce Fleming saw him. Well, they're going to take him out anyway.
Jim Riggleman stopping with Bruce Fleming as he heads out to the mound. Trachsel is up around 120 pitches anyway. 2 men on, 1 man out, and Matt Karchner will be brought in from the bullpen as part of a double switch. Stan Javier coming up.
Let's move it. We got 300 miles to go.
You look great.
We gotta go. Come on, move it, move it, move it. Come on, honey, got them all. Let's go.
At Comfort Inn and Comfort Suites, we know you're anxious to get where you're going. But we do serve a complimentary breakfast every morning, in case you're not as anxious as you thought. It's more than a room. It's comfort.
Hey, we're the McKenzie brothers, and we're here to stop a heinous crime. Yeah, they're sending Molson Canadians south of the border instead of our house where it belongs. But we got a plan, eh? Step out of the truck, please, sir. We offer a complimentary breakfast and free donuts, eh? How about a little deodorant for those long, stinky rides? Au revoir, eh? Try putting it in low, eh? What do you think I'm doing? I'm gunning it. Like winter conditions.
I love lobster. Boiled lobster, broiled lobster, jumbo lobster, baked stuffed lobster, steamed lobster, lobster Newburgh, lobster tail, there he goes again. Lobster roll, sauteed lobster. Did I mention lobster stew? Boiled
the Cook's Lobster House off the coast of Maine. They'll give you lobster just about any way you want it. But bring your Visa card, because you won't get a bite using American Express.
Sir, any suggestions?
There's boiled lobster.
Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Are you in trouble and in need of my help? No. I'm coming over there.
On October 9th, meet God's gift.
What are you tasting there? It was a peach. Mostly my... Look, it's a joke. It's herbal tea.
To home shopping.
New Instatuck facial toner.
This looks a lot like a battery.
Don't do that.
Eddie Murphy.
Mayday. May I see the remote control unit? Don't hand your life over to him.
Holy Man.
Let her go, man. Let her go.
Rated PG. Starts Friday, October 9th.
There's Matt Karchner, who came over from across town. He'd been with the White Sox and was acquired on July 29th for a minor league pitcher. He inherits 2 base runners with 1 out. You're looking at his statistics combined between the White Sox and the Cubs. He had a 5.15 ERA while with the White Sox. 2 on, 1 out. Javier, the hitter. Strike, and it's 0-1. Orlando Merced came out to play left field. Mieske goes down. There's Mayne at second, and Rios at first. 1 out. Put Merced out there rather than Brant Brown.
Yes!
A little bit low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Javier has flied out and twice walked. Steve Trachsel, 121 pitches, only 1 hit allowed in 6 1/3 innings.
and he did the job. I mean, he kept his team in the ball game, gave them an opportunity to go ahead.
I mean, he leaves with a shutout going. Two and one. In the Cubs bullpen now, there is further activity. The left-hander is Felix Heredia, but the right-hander is the Cubs' leading winner, their #1 starter, Kevin Tampany. And we had mentioned that he would be in the bullpen if needed as a setup man. 2-1 to Javier. Aurilia on deck.
Yes.
Popped up down the left field line. A long run for Mesa. He makes the catch.
Nice play there by Merced. The wind was pushing that ball away from him toward the crowd, and he got over there quickly enough that he was able to. He gets there quickly. That's the key. He looks, he finds the wall, and then he actually has to reach back to make the catch. I think Javier thought the wind was going to push that ball into the seats.
Well, so did Merced. I mean, Orlando, he starts to leap into the seats after it and has to reach back for it. Now Shawon Dunston, the former Cub, who, like Mark Grace, is another who was here back in 1989. And the Giants and Cubs met in the League Championship Series, but he was wearing the Cubs uniform at that time. And Dunston primarily has been used as a pinch hitter by Dusty Baker since picking him up from Cleveland. And he has hit 3 home runs for the Giants in 50 at-bats, but only a 160 average. Dunston has hit 1 pinch hit home run. Shawon Dunston batting with 2 on and 2 out. And at this point, they don't need the home run. They'd like him just to get on base somehow, with Barry Bonds on deck. Brent Mayne, who singled at second base. Armando Rios, who walked at first base. The Giants trailing the Cubs 4-0 in the 7th inning. And the game right now for the Giants is to try to keep the inning going for Bonds. And then they can give it their best shot. Right after with a fastball, and Dunston fouled it back. A couple of times now the Giants have gotten their pitches and have not hit them.
Yeah, that's the point. I mean, they've had some pitches to hit in this ball game. They just have not been able to do it. And when they foul those pitches off, Trachsel always came back and made good pitches to retire them.
Shawon Dunston has faced Karchner 1 time and hit a double against him. Man, he got another one. Karchner's not exactly hitting his spots right now. Got away with a couple of pitches there. 2 strikes and 2 down, and again the Wrigley Field faithful on their feet. Barry Bonds would be next. Tired of waiting, Dunston backs away.
Take one for the Cubs, John.
1-2. It's more like the pitch that maybe Gardner intended to throw when he had a 2-strike count on Gary Gaetti in the 5th inning.
Well, you're right. Gardner had made all the pitches till he got to that 0-2 count, and then he made a mistake.
And Gaetti hit a 2-run homer to put the Cubs ahead. Now they lead 4-0. Giants have had a lot of base runners tonight. 2 on right now. They've left the bases loaded 1 time. They've had 8 men on base, but they have only had 1 hit. There's the rub. They've not been able to knock anybody in. Houston again out to talk to Karchner. I mean, Houston's had to battle with his own pitchers tonight. The outfield is bunched up towards center against Shawon Dunston. He was the Cubs' everyday shortstop for a long time right here at Wrigley Field. Two and two. Well, he's thrown him two in the dirt here since getting ahead of him. The Giants who need a bolt of lightning here. Down by 4. And especially they need something, anything, to get Bonds up with men on base. Finally, Karchner ready. Up the middle. Morandini has no play, and the bases are loaded for Barry Bonds. An infield hit for Dunston.
Nice job there by Morandini to keep the ball on the infield and not allow a run to score. And immediately Jim Riggleman comes out. Good job by Shawon Dunston.
Felix Heredia, the left-hander, is coming on to face Barry Bonds. The bases are loaded. We'll be back.
Pretty high-tech stuff, huh? These dishes send TV programs through your cable. And the latest thing, TCI digital cable. You think you can only get lots of new channels from one of those little satellite dishes on your roof? Well, for not much more than you're paying now, you can get all kinds of new channels right through the cable you already have. People think they need a satellite dish. They've already got lots of them.
First, to take a name which most people can't pronounce.
Slotsky's is one of the best sandwiches that's ever been created.
It's a pretty weird name, though.
I'll say Slotsky.
Big name, big sandwich.
Buns is my kind of thing.
Slotsky's.
They made it up.
It is a beautiful sandwich, a work of art.
All for me. Mine.
That is a bun.
I'm really hungry. I could eat it.
Tantalizing.
If you want a big bun, come on and run to Slotsky.
Football players know a lot about home equity loans. So do football players.
At Superior Bank, we don't play games with your financial future. Instead, Superior has been helping homeowners for over 75 years, helping homeowners reduce their bills to one monthly payment and get the cash they need when they need it, even if they've had credit problems in the past. So if you're tired of playing games, call Superior Direct now at 1-888-678-7777.
There is the 22-year-old left-hander Felix Heredia, albeit a left-hander with a lot of experience. 3 years with the Florida Marlins, and was acquired at the end of July from Florida, and in a deal that sent Kevin Ory, among others, to Florida. The Cubs' former third baseman. He pitched in 4 games in the World Series last year against Cleveland and never gave up a run. Only 2 hits in 5 1/3 innings pitched. And he has never given up a hit to this man, Barry Bonds, whom he will face with 3 men on, 2 men out. The Giants, if they're going to make a move, you would think now's the time. The runners, Mayne at third, Rios at second, and Dunston at first.
Well, it's not imperative that Barry try to go for a home run. He just needs to get a base hit, maybe find a gap. Very rarely can you go up there to hit a home run and hit one.
Ball 1.
I think it's imperative for Bonds to make sure that he gets a good pitch to hit. If you pop it up, okay, but make sure you get a pitch to hit.
Of course, even if he hits a single or whatever, Jeff Kent, the RBI leader for the club, is on deck. Strike call, and Bonds didn't like it.
Well, Bonds has been frustrated a lot this evening with some of the calls by Bruce Fleming. He thinks they're borderline, and the pitcher's been getting those calls. But Barry also helped Trachsel out his last time up, chasing 2 fastballs up and out of the strike zone.
He has struck out, grounded to third, and fouled to third. Has not gotten the ball out of the infield tonight. Right to Grace. And the Giants leave 3 on again. Bonds is 0 for 4. And the Giants have left 9 men on. 4-0 Cubs. Last of the 7th coming up. And Bill Murray is here to lead the fans and take me out to the ball game. And we'll hang on to it right here.
All right. This one's for Harry. And this one's for Jack. And this one's for Gabby Hartnett, too. Let's let them hear it all the way in Woodstock. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and crackers and a beer. I don't care if I ever get back. So it's root for the coming. If they don't win, it's a shame for it.
Well, that song will never be the same.
Well, Harry Carey always sang "Take Me Out to the Ball Game," and here, first year in so many years without Harry, they've had a guest singer perform those functions in memory of Harry as a tribute to Harry. And tonight, Bill Murray, the night of the 1-game winner-take-all playoff, the Cubs leading 4-0, and Barry Bonds again frustrated.
Well, actually got a pretty good pitch to hit. That pitch was not down in a way. The other ones were. But Bonds, as I said, he's been kind of frustrated all night. Pitch is just a little bit out of his zone. He's swung it some, and Bruce Froemming has called the other one. So he's been in a tough situation.
Don't forget now, tomorrow, the division series will begin in 3 different series. And ESPN will have the first 2 games for you. The Red Sox at the Jake, Pedro Martinez and Jared Wright, or rather, Jared Wright. And then that's at 1 o'clock on ESPN. 4 o'clock on ESPN, Randy Johnson and Kevin Brown, the Padres and Astros. And at 8 Eastern on the Fox Network tomorrow night, the Rangers at the big ballpark in the Bronx. David Wells and Todd Stottlemyre. Wednesday at 1 o'clock, the Red Sox and Indians game 2. Then the winner of this game in Atlanta at 4 o'clock, the Braves' first game. And then game 2 of the Rangers Yankees on NBC on Wednesday night at 8 Eastern. I decided to loan you out to NBC that night, Joe.
I hear you.
Here's Russ Ortiz on the pitch for the Giants. And Tyler Houston is the hitter. The Giants have some changes otherwise. Shawon Dunston stays in the ball game to play shortstop. And Brent Mayne stays in to do the catching. Ortiz trying to throw the changeup, missing badly with it. 2-0, Brent Mayne, who also came out as a pinch hitter, staying in. Ortiz is the 4th Giants pitcher of the game.
All right.
3-0. And of course, you talk about that big stage, big game, the biggest game that young Russ Ortiz has ever pitched in. Done a great job for the Giants as a starting pitcher on some big games for them down the stretch. And that low strike, 3-1 to Houston, who is 0 for 2. To second base. One away. Mark Gardner, the starter, into the foreground. Johnstone, the reliever, who came in and got Gaetti. He hit an inning-ending double play in the 6th. Gardner charged with all 4 runs. On his right is Rich Rodriguez. Came in immediately after him. Those are the first 3 Giants pitchers who have worked in this game, all sitting in the dugout rather than heading back to the clubhouse. Here is Jose Hernandez. He has walked and struck out. Did he swing? Yes, he did. Curveball in the dirt from Ortiz. 4-0, Chicago leading. Game number 163. Off the outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Giants bullpen is busy. Left-hander Alvin Morman, number 52. The right-hander Julian Tavares. He'll be ready if needed here. Orlando Merced is on deck for the Cubs. Hernandez has walked and struck out. Curveball is 2-1. On the right, Gary Gaetti, a 2-run homer in the 5th, and he's talking with his fellow RBI man of the night, Matt Mieske, a 2-run pinch hit single in the 6th. The only runs of the game. That's a base hit. Hit number 8 for the Cubs. Hernandez gets his first.
Well, it's a fastball up. Hit wide at third. Charlie Hayes can't get there, and neither can Shawon Dunston.
Now Orlando Merced. This is the 3rd playoff for the Giants. The other 2 they won, 1951 and 1962, both against the Dodgers. And each time they won in the final game of the playoff, tiebreaker playoff, trailing in the 9th inning. 1951, they were down 4-1 in the 9th. And then Bobby Thompson, of course, hit the famous shot heard around the world, the 3-run homer to win it. 1962, they were at Dodger Stadium trailing 4-2 in the 9th and scored 4 runs on only 2 hits to end up beating the Dodgers 6-4. So the Giants have in their franchise history been in this situation before, but I don't see anybody out there who played in either one of those series.
Good fastball from Ortiz right up under the hands. That's the toughest pitch I think in the world to hit. Fastball, good fastball under the hands.
0-2 the count to Orlando Merced. Long time with the Pittsburgh Pirates. Went to Toronto for a while. Been traveling here lately. 0-2 the count. This pitch does not count. Time was granted.
I'm a little surprised at that because Ortiz was almost starting his motion to the plate when Merced backed out of the box. And while he was requesting that timeout, he backed out before actually he received it from Bruce Fleming.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Merced. Popped up foul. That'll go back out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Out on Waveland Avenue, the crowd is getting bigger, and some people are hoping for a celebration. The Cubs can hang on to this lead. They need only 6 outs more. They lead by 4, and then the celebration will start big time on the streets of Chicago. In here, the Cubs lead 4-0. Last of the 7th. 1 on. Orlando Merced, the hitter. Lance Johnson on deck. The Cubs bullpen, by the way, is also busy. Kevin Tapani has stayed up, so we may see Tapani here in the 8th inning. Just got a piece of it. Foul tip. At least 1-game playoffs, Joe. I mean, there's so much tension. You have to have a 7th game of a World Series or a League Championship Series or the 5th game of a division series to even come close to the tension.
I think the other things right there, I don't think the 7th game of the World Series, there's nothing to match that, but I think the finality of a 5-game series or a 3-game series.
But I mean, even in the World Series, I mean, you made the World Series.
Yeah.
These guys, if they lose, they don't make anything. They go home. And how many of the teams that have lost the various playoffs over the years, how many are not even remembered at all?
Well, that's true. But the 7th game of the World Series is a little different. I played in 7th game of the World Series. I played in a couple playoffs before too. But
well, I have to take your word for it.
The 7th game of the World Series, John. That's the ultimate.
But for a lot
but
of
I agree with you. When you get to the final game of any series,
but I mean,
it's
to play
difficult.
162 games and get this close and then nothing.
Right.
Runner goes. The ball is just foul. Rob Nen, the Giants closer, protecting the bullpen catchers out there, had to react quickly. That was really hit hard.
Well, it was hit very hard, just outside the bag. The runner's going, and he just rips it just foul. Remember, it doesn't have to hit fair. Just go over the corner of the bag, even if it's down the line there. It just has to go over the corner of the bag.
Two balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Hernandez, the runner at first. This is back. 39,556. The official paid attendance. That does not include all the folks out on the rooftops and the buildings out across Sheffield and Waveland Avenues, or the folks on the avenues out there. There goes the runner. That is ripped foul down the right field line. So.
Well, they first tried to get in under the hands of Merced. He did it a couple of times, and they continue to pitch inside. Now Merced is turning on everything.
I mean, if you lose a playoff like this, it's either they forget you, or even worse, they remember you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, no, I agree with you.
Franca, he gave up the home run to Thompson. People have not forgotten that. There goes the runner again. And no throw by Mayne.
Well, it seemed like when he tried to take the ball out of his glove, he didn't have a good grip on it.
I mean, that very first playoff ever, 1946, the Dodgers and the Cardinals. Snow was in it. 1995, his Angels lost. 48. The Red Sox in Cleveland in the first American League playoff. Cleveland won it. Curveball, tough play for Snow. Nice pickup. Ortiz covering. And we saw there why J.T. Snow won the Gold Glove in the National League last year. Over to third base. And Hernandez.
You've got to be a good fielder to be able to back up on a ball and have good enough hands to grab it like this. See, right here, he starts in, now he backs up. Now the ball jumps at you. You've got to have great hands to be able to make a play like that. And JT, of course, does have great hands, and that's why he's won Gold Gloves in both leagues. Nice play.
And as Ortiz makes the put out there, that's his final play of the game. Dusty Baker going to the bullpen for Alvin Morman, a left-hander, to face the lefties, Johnson and Morandini. 4-0 Cubs. Will be back.
I feel a presence. Harold, is that you? Harold? Harold?
This year, over 400,000 aluminum radiators will corrode and fail. But Prestone Antifreeze bonds with aluminum, forming the Prestone Zone of protection against corrosion. It's your car. Protect it in the Prestone Zone.
I know you like music. So, how'd you like to win 100 new CDs for free? 1-800-COLLECT is giving away a set of 100 new CDs for each day. Pick any CDs you want. Just dial 1-800-COLLECT for a chance to win. That's right. Every completed 1-800-COLLECT call is an automatic entry for a chance to win 100 CDs. And there's a new winner for every day. So dial 1-800-COLLECT, the way to call Collect, to win 100 CDs.
Introducing ESPN2 Friday Night Fights, showcasing today's best boxing talent along with classic bouts of the past. This week, Tim Witherspoon takes on Andrew Galata, plus a look back at Muhammad Ali the early years. Friday Night Fights, Friday at 8 on ESPN2.
There's Alvin Morman, a left-hander, on for the Giants now with a runner at third and 2 down in the 7th inning, and the left-hander batting, Lance Johnson, coming up. Morman was acquired along with Jose Mesa from the Cleveland Indians before the trading deadline, in a deal that sent Steve Reed over to Cleveland, and there are his numbers for the year. He has not pitched much for the Giants. He had a pulled hamstring, put him on the disabled list for a long while, and he curves him for strike 1. Johnson singled in the 6th, starting the 2-run rally that made it a 4-0 game. He bats now with 2 down, and Hernandez over at third base. Kevin Tapani still heating up in the Cubs bullpen. Shallow right, Karchner, a late break, still coming.
Nice play.
The inning is over. The Giants are running out of outs, and Kevin Tapani is coming in to pitch. Kent Karchner and Snow due up.
There are people who believe the world is radically different than how it appears on television. Would you like to be one of them? Now, for a limited time, lease the 1998 Isuzu Amigo for $199 a month for 48 months and $894 due at lease signing. Offer ends September 30th.
I'm here, you're here, we're here. It's time to get back to the best part of the 60s. That's right, when McDonald's introduced the Big Mac. Now, when you buy a Big Mac or large or medium soft drink, you get a coupon for something groovy on your next visit. Who knows, you might even get a coupon for a 49-cent Big Mac or 18-cent fries.
2 all-beef patty, special sauce.
Where can you get back with Big Mac? Did somebody say McDonald's?
It's all so...
The game summary, the Giants trailing the Cubs 4-0. 4 runs, 8 hits to no runs, 2 hits. And the Giants' big hitters, numbers 3 through 7, have combined 0 for 12 with 3 walks. The Giants have left 9 men on base. Steve Trachsel, 6 1/3 innings. He was wild, but he only gave up 1 hit and no runs. And Gary Gaetti's 2-run homer in the 5th started the scoring for the Cubs.
And there's a fastball 0-2 from Mark Gardner. He definitely wasn't trying to throw it there, but he missed over the middle of the plate. And Gary Gaetti, being a veteran player, made him pay for it.
So now Kevin Tapani, 19 wins for the year as a starter, is on in relief.
Well, this is a unique situation, John. I mean, Tapani is used to, you know, being a starter. I mean, look, you can warm up and be ready to pitch, but mentally, are you ready to pitch these, to get these 6 outs? Because that's basically what they have left, and they use Rod Beck a lot in the last 3 days, so I don't know if he's going to be available to come in and pitch for the 9th inning as he normally does.
Tapani worked on Friday as a starter in Houston. Jeff Kent, the hitter. First ball swinging. Hernandez. High throw, but Grace brought it back in, 1 away.
Well, that's the one thing that you have if you're Kevin Tapani, is you have that good sinker. And you say, well, if I can just keep the ball in the ballpark, keep it on the ground, maybe I can, you know, get a little help from my friends, my infielders.
Well, Tapani is making his 279th Major League appearance, and it's only the 7th time that he has worked in relief. And another one of the Cubs regular starters is now warming up in the bullpen behind him. Joe Carter, the hitter, and that's ball 1. What's happening with a win tonight? Would have been set up nicely to go on Wednesday in Atlanta. I suppose he still could.
I was going to say he probably still could pitch if they need him.
What's wrong with that?
There's Mark Clark, who made 33 starts this year. Chappany 34. Jim Riggleman at this point does not have a whole lot of confidence in his bullpen, as we saw yesterday in Houston, except for that man Rod Beck, and he'd prefer, I'm sure, not to use Beck today.
Yeah, but Beck is a warrior. If they want him to take the ball, he'll take the ball and go out there, I guarantee you.
2-1 to Carter.
Yes.
And foul out of play. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bonds 0 for 4. Kent 0 for 3. Carter 0 for 2 with a walk. Snow 0 for 2 with a walk. Hayes 0 for 2 with a walk. The numbers 3 through 7 hitters. And they've just been shut down by the Cubs tonight. Off the hands. Hernandez charges. Out number 2.
Well, good job by Hernandez. He takes a peek at Joe Carter to see how far he is down the line. Now he gloves it with his glove hand. Then he knows he has time to make the transfer. He didn't have to really hurry. He stole a peek at Joe Carter as he was going down the line.
2-0, nobody on, and JT Snow 0 for 2 with a walk. High and deep into right center. Sosa quickly back, all the way back to the wall. Can't get it. It's off the ivy. Snow's going to try for third. The ball juggled by Johnson, and Snow easily makes it to third.
Well, because that ball was hit so high, it stayed in the ballpark. Because he definitely hit it well enough to get it out of here, but the wind, the higher you hit it, the more the wind's going to have an effect on it, and just knocked it down. Sosa almost caught it.
Wind, a strong wind has been blowing in from right all night. If anything, right now it might be more of a crosswind, a cross in from right and toward left.
And it did push it a little bit towards right center field and away from Sosa.
Yeah, you just saw Sosa back at the wall and then starting to move right along the wall for a while. So a triple for Snow. That's his first triple of the year. And Charlie Hayes is up, so we get a look at it.
There you see Sammy Sosa running along the wall. He thought he had it gauged, and the wind kept pushing it toward left field. And he ran over and finally made a stab at it.
Charlie Hayes is flying to shallow right, walked, and lined out to second. 4-0 Cubs. The Giants have only 4 outs of life left to them.
Here we go.
There's that sinker. 0-1.
That was actually looked like a pretty good pitch for Charlie Hayes to hit. Fastball, but it was a sinker, but it wasn't down. And the wind is starting to shift a little bit more towards left field.
Morandini, plenty of time. And the Cubs are 3 outs away from wrapping up the National League Wild Card. And Sammy Sosa is coming up second in the last of the 8th. Stay with us.
Your credentials are impeccable. Oh,
yeah.
One last question. Do you have a satellite dish or TCI digital cable?
A dish.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for your time.
What?
I mean, if you paid hundreds more for equipment and installation, and you can't even get local channels without a separate antenna or extra dish, when TCI digital cable gives you lots more channels than before, well, I'm sorry for you, sir. Thank you.
I love digital cable.
TCI digital cable. It's smarter.
Experience football at maximum horsepower with the Western Michigan University Broncos. Waldo Stadium is the place for Take a Kid to the Game night on October the 3rd. Be there at 6:30 as the Broncos test their mettle against Northeast Louisiana. Call 1-888-4WMU-TIX for ticket information. Bronco football, maximum horsepower.
Nobody loves cars more than I do. Each one is a work of art. So when the maker of all these chose a new antifreeze, it got my attention.
General Motors now uses the deck school technology of Haviland Extended Life Antifreeze in virtually all its new vehicles. The same patented formula you can use in your car for 5 years or 150,000 miles. So do what GM did. Switch to Haviland.
I use it in my car. I only wish this were it.
There's been a lot of waiting till next year if you're a Cubs fan. And they're convinced next year is now. At least a trip to the postseason in the 163rd game of the regular year. There's Gary Gaetti. His 2-run homer in the 5th inning. It's made him a Cubs legend in the making. Only his 37th game as a Cub. Alvin Morman taking his final warm-ups. The Giants trail the Cubs 4-0. It'll be Mickey Morandini and then Sammy Sosa. So Morman is likely only in to face the one-hitter. Morandini 1 for 3 in the game. He was in the 1993 World Series with the Philadelphia Phillies, and that being the case, he had to watch Joe Carter circle the bases with a game-winning and World Series-ending home run in Game 6 that year. Slider in the dirt for ball 1.
That was a year where the Phillies were probably the 3rd best team in the National League, but at the time you need to play the best, they played the best, and they beat Atlanta in the League Championship Series to go on to the World Series.
Braves won 104 that year. The Giants won 103, and they got sent home. And then the Braves, after being taken right to the wall by the Giants in an incredible pennant race, didn't have anything left as they succumbed to the Phillies. Orel Hershiser, he was 11-10 for the Giants his first year in San Francisco. Made more starts for the Giants this year than in any other season since his Cy Young year 10 years ago. 34 starts. He may not be back with the Giants. They have an option on his services, but that is a question as to whether or not he'll come back or they'll invite him back.
Outside.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Morandini. Sammy Sosa on deck. Perhaps his final shot at hitting number 67. Out of play. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes.
John, I read an article the other day, and it was a great quote about Sammy Sosa. He said, a lot of players make $10 million and try to figure out how to spend it. He said, then there are guys like Sammy Sosa who make $10 million and try to figure out how to earn it. And they just love to play the game, and that's Sammy Sosa. He just loves to play.
Morman strikes out Morandini. Now Dusty Baker's going to come out with Sammy Sosa due up. Fans already rising to their feet to welcome Sosa, maybe for the final time in the regular season. The Giants are going to make a double switch, and Jose Mesa, who has been warming up in the bullpen all this time, is going to come on to face Sosa. 8th inning, 4-0 Cubs. Sosa coming up.
Here at VMI, we were asked to try the new Norelco Advantage for 21 days. There was quiet dissension.
I'm not giving up my blade.
And anxious inquiry.
What the heck is this? Goo?
But then we started to realize the lotion actually gave us a closer, smoother shave than we expected, without the nicks and cuts like blades. Our fear diminished. Our hopes arose, and life got a little less hairy.
Come on, babyface, move it!
The new Norelco Advantage. Put it to the test. If you don't like it, they'll give you your money back, guaranteed.
Good morning.
Morning.
Are you doing something?
lot of financial companies can make you feel awfully small and unimportant.
I was hoping to get some
Down the hall. Ask her. Do you have an appointment? Can you come back? Ask her.
Excuse me, I was wondering. I'm sorry, I can't help you.
But you won't feel that way talking to a MetLife financial professional. You'll get personal face-to-face advice and information on mutual funds and annuities, as well as insurance. And no matter what size your portfolio, you'll have a friend for life. Get Met. It pays.
The Cubs are leading 4-0. At stake, a spot against Atlanta in the National League Division Series. There's Jose Mesa, the new pitcher for the Giants. His numbers overall with Cleveland and now with San Francisco. And also a new third baseman has come on for the Giants. Bill Mueller. He'll hit in the 9th spot and be due up second in the 9th inning for San Francisco. And of course Mesa has come on to face Sammy Sosa. 66 home runs. Sosa with 158 runs batted in. One more than Juan Gonzalez of the Texas Rangers. So it's been just an incredible year. One of the greatest run-producing years in the history of Major League Baseball, and most likely an MVP season with Sammy Sosa. And maybe his final at bat in the regular season right now at Wrigley Field. We thought it was last week on Sammy Sosa Day.
Right.
He went hitless in that one, but he got another shot. In fact, went hitless that whole last weekend here. But he is 1 for 3 tonight. And his one hit was a big one, accelerating the rally in the 6th inning. Extended it from 2-0 to 4-0. So many people have brought their cameras with the automatic flash, and then the flashes go off all over the ballpark. We saw that in St. Louis with McGuire. We've seen it almost everywhere where McGuire and Sosa have been going. Mesa misses, ball 1. Mesa with the Giants with a 3.3 earned run average, and has only given up a couple of runs since early August. Get into the stand in a hurry. One ball, one strike to Sammy Sosa. He's kept that average over 300 all year long. That's certainly a difference for Sammy Sosa.
John, earlier, in the year, he's always talked about, all I care about is the Cubs winning. And to be honest with you, I was a little skeptical about that. Not that he didn't care about the Cubs winning, but I also felt that, you get one chance in a million to, break Roger Maris's record, and that should be, on your mind as well. But I tell you what, I've seen in the last couple of weeks a lot of instances where he put the team in front of his individual goals, because I've seen him where he's had counts where he could go for it, the home runs, and he wouldn't. He would take a single to right field, a drive in a run, or do whatever the team needed rather than going for the big fly.
2-2.
So when Sammy Sosa tells you that he is really concerned about the Cubs winning, you can believe him.
This has been a coming out party for Sosa. The whole country has discovered him this year. 3-2. And what they've discovered is a guy that you have to love.
Right. And that's the great thing. He and Mark McGuire both are players that you can just pull for because they're good guys and they love people.
3-2 to Sosa. That was the swing for number 67, and that was the pitch he might have done it on.
Well, Sosa gets a fastball, and you're right. That could have been number 67.
They're waiting for it. Out across the street. Down the right field line. Karchner, base hit.
See, Sammy Sosa 2-3 years ago would never have hit that pitch. That would have been a strikeout pitch. But Mesa made a good pitch away, and he just flips it down the right field line.
Sosa 2 for 4. And the MVP chant.
Well, let's take a look at this pitch. Fastball away, and look at that. He just kind of stays flat-footed. Look at that. And just use his hands, hit the ball the other way. That pitch was away from him. He didn't try to pull it. Just gets a base hit to right field. That's the difference between hitting 260 and 300. When you can hit those tough pitches and go the other way.
In the record book, only the one number will be listed. And McGuire was 70. Obviously has the record. Past Snow and past Sosa. Sosa steaming for third. Grace for second. A double.
Man, when you're playing in and you got a left-handed hitter up there and he pulls the ball down on you like that, I mean, JT Snow actually had no chance. And Sosa had no chance.
Well, this is at full speed.
Yeah. And I'm not sure JT picked it up as quickly as he wanted, but that ball was a bullet. We'll see how close he is. I don't know why he was in so close unless he was expecting a bunt. And I can't understand that.
39th double of the year for Mark Grace. Now Kevin Tapani is going to stay up and bat for himself. The infield is in for the Giants. Mark Clark had warmed up, but has not been throwing since the Cubs came to bat. Tapani hitting 135 for the year. Giants thinking they might try the suicide squeeze, so Dusty Baker pitches out. Well, the Cubs 3 and 4 hitters, Joe. The Giants big guys have been shut down. For the Cubs, Sosa and Grace have had 4 hits in 7 at bats plus a walk. Kent will hold Sosa. And Tapani is out. 2 gone. And now Gary Gaetti. And a standing ovation for the 40-year-old veteran. And as Gaetti is saluted here, Joe, we look down to the Cubs bullpen. And yesterday's pitchers, who both pitched so valiantly for the Cubs at Wrigley at the Astrodome, are now warming up at Wrigley Field. And we're kind of surprised.
Well, I'm surprised if they let Tapani hit in that situation and then you start the bullpen, because if you let Tapani hit, that's telling you that he's definitely going to pitch for you in the 9th inning.
But Rod Beck and Terry Mulholland have both gotten up in the Cubs bullpen. Here is Gaetti, a chance to put that one final crushing blow on the Giants. It's 4-0 right now. Strike call.
Beautiful fastball, knee high over the outside corner. I tell you what, I've seen a lot of good pitches made tonight by pitchers in this ball game.
Gary Gaetti broke in all the way back in 1981 with the Minnesota Twins. Right there again. It's 0-2 to Gaetti. He was on both of those Twins World Championship clubs, 1987 and 1991. That's Beck, the right-hander, number 47. Mulholland, the left-hander, number 45.
Well, this is the count he had when he hit the home run. It was no ball and 2 strikes, and he hit a home run in the 5th inning. Well, they make sure that they waste this one.
Just a bit outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Tyler Houston, a left-handed hitter, would be next. 4-0 Chicago. Last of the 8th. Sosa at third, Grace at second. Set up inside that time. Gaetti.
Well, he got a pitch to hit. Well, maybe they don't think he can handle a fastball.
That one came back and hit the rooftop here at Wrigley Field, just above us. Sosa at third base. Grace at second. Ready to go in anything with 2 down. Fights it off. So Mesa stay with the hard stuff and still cheering him on from the stands. His wife, Donna. Gary Gaetti is from this part of the country. When the Cardinals told him they were going to cut him loose, the one team he really wanted to go to was the Cubs, to be close to home. And that was worked out. Much to Gaetti's pleasure, but been a great pickup for the Cubs. Looked like he tried to slide it that time, but that is also fought off by Gaetti. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Cubs got 2 in the 5th on the Gaetti homer, 2 in the 6th on the Matt Mieske pinch hit single. Those have been the only runs of the game. For the Giants and Dusty Baker, frustration. They've left 10 men on base. Barry Bonds 0 for 4 without getting a ball out of the infield. Wild pitch, and Sosa will score the 5th run.
Tried to throw him, it looked like a splitter, and it bounces in front of the plate. Brent Mayne cannot stop it, and it bounces to the backstop, and Sosa comes in to score easily.
It is 5-0 Cubs. 2-2 to Gaetti. Now Grace at third. High in the air to left, but an easy play for Bonds. The Cubs need 3 outs more, and then they'll be heading to Atlanta if they can get them. Bonds is not due up till 5th in the inning.
Arm's looking good, Cordell. Haven't missed one yet.
Deadly long-range passing, linebackers without conscience, NFL blitz. It's a wretched assault on the sense of fair play.
Good.
No refs, no rules, no mercy.
My dad taught me what it means to be a true fan. What it means to come out and give 110%. Right, Dad? Yeah! I'm more the quiet type. Oh, yeah! Well, the cold doesn't bother me so much. It's the chili dogs. Oh, that's why I bring out the Rolaids.
Rolaids starts to neutralize acid in less than 10 seconds, getting you back on your game fast.
It's just like Grandpa always says. You gotta be your best out here.
Rolaids, R-O-L-A-I-D-S, spells relief.
Mom doesn't make it out to the games. I don't know why.
Metal bars, designed to save your butt, designed to save your skin. The revolutionary Schick Protector with ultra-thin safety wires. Because safe feels better. Schick Protector, the feel of smart design.
Schick Tracer FX is the only razor that flexes to cover every sensitive curve. A design so smart, you can feel it. Schick, the feel of smart design.
It is 5-0 now, Cubs, as we go to the 9th inning. And they're getting ready to celebrate here at Wrigley Field. Tomorrow, baseball's divisional series will begin. Pedro Martinez and the Red Sox against Jared Wright and the Indians at 1 on ESPN. Then Kevin Brown and Randy Johnson at the Astrodome at 4 on ESPN. Then the Yanks and Rangers, Stottlemyre versus Wells, 8 o'clock Eastern on the Fox Network. That's tomorrow on ESPN, the first 2 games, and then Fox. Now Kevin Tapani trying to wrap this one up. And the Giants have Mayne Mueller and Javier due up. Dunston fourth, and Bonds not till fifth. They'll have to get 2 men on to get Bonds up there. That's a base hit for Brent Mayne. First ball swinging, and he is 2 for 2 in this one. One-game tiebreaker for the wild card berth in the National League Division Series. The Giants and the Cubs. And the Cubs are leading 5-0 as we go to the 9th inning. Sammy Sosa, a couple of hits and a couple of runs tonight, but no homers. The Giants down to their final 3 outs. SportsCenter follows the game with Kenny Mayne and Dan Patrick. Bill Mueller in the dirt, saved by Houston. Mayne has to hold it first. On SportsCenter, by the way, they'll have interviews and post-game coverage from Wrigley Field, so stay tuned for that. The Giants in their 3rd tiebreaker playoff. They won both of them, the previous ones, 51 and 62, trailing in the 9th inning. But they were never this far behind. They were never this far away from home. And they were never without Willie Mays. He played in both of them. Willie Mays was on deck in 1951. He was a rookie when Bobby Thompson hit the famous 3-run homer against Ralph Branca. Bill Mueller, 1 ball, 1 strike. Up the middle. That's a base hit. Over to third base goes Brent Mayne. Well, they have their 2 base runners. And now to the top of the batting order for Stan Javier. Mulholland and Beck warming up in the bullpen, the same 2 who threw yesterday. Mulholland went 8 innings yesterday. And Beck 2 2/3 out of the bullpen. And Riggleman is heading to the mound.
It's an interesting decision here. You know, Beck has pitched a lot the last couple of games, and Mulholland pitched 7 yesterday, and they're bringing in the left-hander.
He's going to go to Mulholland. 8 innings yesterday, and he's back for more. 2 on, nobody out.
Today's Sports Century Classic Moment is brought to you by 10-10-3-2-1.
Ted Williams elects to risk his 400 season batting average by playing a doubleheader on the final day of the year.
Regardless of fans, regardless of setting, regardless of adulation, regardless of money, for some athletes, the whole business of sport is centered on the doing.
Williams goes 6 for 8. No one's hit 400 since.
That was September 28th, 1941.
Hi, Oscar. Hey, how's it going, champ?
Oscar, you have so many friends.
Yes, it's important for me to keep in touch with the people I care about.
Me too, but my phone bill can get expensive.
You should use 10-10-3-2-1.
I've heard of it.
With 10-10-3-2-1, I save a lot. 50% on every call over 20 minutes.
50%? That's big.
It's easy. Just dial 10-10-3-2-1, then 1 and the number.
I'll try it.
Call your sister and tell I said hi.
Hey.
Who doesn't want to save 50%?
Well, there is Terry Mulholland. Yesterday, he pitched 8 innings at Wrigley at the Astrodome. Now he's back at Wrigley Field tonight. He threw 121 pitches yesterday. Pitched his heart out.
He pitched great yesterday. He couldn't stop the couple of bloopers that really hurt them, but I mean, he has pitched in the past. I mean, most of the year he's pitched out of the bullpen, so he has pitched on consecutive days, but not after pitching 8 innings.
He inherits Brent Mayne, the runner at third, and Bill Mueller, the runner at first. And the batter, Stan Javier, a switch hitter. Last year, the Giants had a huge 2-game series late in September at home against the Los Angeles Dodgers. They needed really to win both of them, and they did. The second one was started. It was Mulholland against the Dodgers. And he pitched a very strong game. And Rod Beck pitched 3 innings in relief that day and got the win. Base hit. The Giants have their first run of the game. Well, Riggleman's really taking a huge gamble here, Joe. I mean, he's going with guys who are tired. You got a whole bullpen full of guys who haven't pitched in 2 or 3 days. I mean, if this doesn't work, we'll be talking about Gene Mauch and other decisions that didn't go well.
Well, Stan Javier doesn't waste any time. First pitch fastball, and he rips it to left field for a base hit. And that gets the Giants' first run. And that run that the Cubs got in the bottom of the 8th inning was very, very important.
Here's Ellis Burks now.
Because Burks would be the tying run now.
If he can get aboard, Barry Bonds would be next, and he would be the tying run, despite that 5th run.
And they're fresh out of left-handers in the bullpen.
Rod Beck, who threw 36 pitches yesterday and 24 the day before, he is ready in the bullpen. Ellis Burks, the former Colorado Rocky, acquired by the Giants just at the trading deadline. Since they acquired Burks, their lineup took a much different look to it. They've averaged over 6 runs a game the last 2 months. Burks, though, has been hurting with a bad knee and has not played the last few days. But you can see why he's in there now. He said before the game he was 90%. And he can go into the outfield if needed. But at only 90%, Dusty did not want to start him.
Yes!
Big rip there.
Well, he's 6 for 13 lifetime with 1 home run against Mulholland, so he has faced him quite a bit.
Quickly, 2 strikes, no balls to Ellis Burks. Tried to curve him, and it just wasn't there for him. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Barry Bonds, the man on deck, another left-handed hitter, has also had quite a great deal of success against Terry Mulholland.
Well, that's why I say they don't have anyone else down in the bullpen, another left-hander.
Check swing foul. That one winged the catcher, Tyler Houston. Sports Center right after the ball game. And again, they will have interviews and post-game reports from Wrigley Field on Sports Center. Stay tuned. The Cubs are leading 5-1, but they're getting nervous in Chicago again. 3 straight hits to start the inning for the Giants. Nobody out. Burks reaching for it, swinging at anything close here with 2 strikes.
Yeah, well, that was a good pitch as far as Mulholland is concerned, because there wasn't a lot Burks could do with it.
Bill Mueller at second. Stan Javier at first. Barry Bonds on deck. Two and two. Well, the last days of the season, very tense, but not much success for the Cubs. Problems out of the bullpen often. Burks fouls this one off to the right. 2-2, the count remains. And of course, the specter of this 7-0 lead that disappeared into a loss on Wednesday in Milwaukee, I'm sure is fresh in the minds, all too fresh in the minds of many of these Cubs fans. Certainly in Riggleman's mind, because he's doing stuff much differently than he did all year long. That is foul. Just did get a piece of it.
Well, Burks is doing a good job of spoiling him, and Mulholland continues to throw strikes.
This will be the 9th pitch from Mulholland to Ellis Burks. Burks making Mulholland wait. Mulholland, who's had 2 or 3 different tours of duty as a Giant. 2-2 the count. And it's gone full now. 3-2. It's at least a 10-pitch at bat now. Well, they always used to say when he was with the Giants, that if they wanted him to, he could pitch every day. He had that kind of an arm. Well, Jim Riggleman is testing that theory. He walked it. The bases are loaded, and incredibly, Barry Bonds, who might not have even batted in this inning, not only will bat, but he is the possible tying run, even though it was a 5-run deficit that faced the Giants when the inning started.
And not only that, he's had a lot of success against Terry Mulholland. He's 14 for 46 with 6 home runs.
A pinch runner will go in at first. Rey Sanchez, a former Cub. So Barry Bonds against Mulholland. 6 home runs for Bonds in those 46 at-bats against Mulholland. A frightening percentage. Beauty on the outside. It is 0-1. Miller at third. Javier at second. And Sanchez at first. Bonds batting with the bases loaded for the 2nd straight time. 1 ball, 1 strike. And again, Bonds does not need the home run here.
No.
Jeff Kent is on deck. They have nobody out. Sosa tagging is Miller. He'll score. Going to third as the throw came all the way through to the plate. Well, third in the play is Javier, holding at first Sanchez.
Well, Barry hit the ball hard. He just didn't get it up or down.
Now the right-handed batting Kent coming up, and Riggleman is going out. He's going to make another change apparently.
Fastball right in the middle of the plate, and Bonds hits it hard. He just didn't get it up in the air.
So Mulholland gets through it, although he faced 3 and he retired only 1. And now Rod Beck, as you call him, Joe, a warrior. And the Giants have often called him that. Rod Beck, who was one of the great heroes of the '93 stretch run in their pennant race with Atlanta. I mean, it seemed like he pitched every day in September that year. And that's not far from the truth. And there's the man he's coming in to face. Jeff Kent. They were teammates last year. Until this season, Rod Beck had never pitched for anybody in the big leagues but the Giants. And he was unhappy to leave them. And now Beck, who had his first blown save this year as a Cub after a strong start when the Giants made their first visit to Wrigley Field, but nonetheless has had 50 saves for the year, only the 5th pitcher in history to reach that level. But now Beck is also being asked to do something that is beyond the ordinary. He pitched 2 2/3 innings yesterday, and every pitch he threw had the game and maybe even the season riding on it. 36 pitches. He pitched the 9th inning Saturday, 24 pitches. And here is Rod Beck again. And sometimes it's been said about Rod that it's not his pitches that he gets hitters out with so much. Sometimes it's more like the hitters get themselves out with Rod. He doesn't blow anybody away anymore.
Well, Jeff Kent has been swinging the bat very well, and we'll see what Rod Beck has left coming in for the 3rd straight day. And Joe Carter's on deck. Jeff Kent is the tying run, and as I said before, the wind has shifted. The wind is blowing out a little bit toward left field.
So Kent, as you see the flags, they have shifted indeed. It looked like a ball to left in the air will get a pretty good push. And Kent, who yesterday, after the Giants had blown their own 7-0 lead in Denver and fallen behind, Kent launched a home run in the 8th inning to tie that game. He has 31 homers and 127 runs batted in. Today, he is 0 for 3. Was hit by a pitch once. 5-2 the score. Rod Beck. In that familiar pose with the right arm rocking back and forth. 80 miles an hour. I don't know if that's supposed to be a splitter or what.
I think that was a fastball. From the way he released it, it looked like a fastball.
Well, that is well below even where Rod has been throwing. I mean, he's been up consistently 88, 89 the last couple of years. 2 on, 2 in, 1 out. Well, they better get that bullpen. They better maybe get somebody else up, Joe.
This is interesting. No one throwing in the Cubs bullpen.
There it is. It says it all right there.
Well, in yesterday's ball game, Mulholland started, and I felt like he was only going to use Mulholland and Beck yesterday, and that looks like what he's going to do here in the 9th inning.
2-0 to Kent, and those first 2 pitches did not have much on them.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Well, if that first fastball was 80 miles an hour, that one was 75. And you see Dusty Baker said, man, he had a pitch to hit. That was up, which is the kind of ball you're going to get in the air. Look at that. And, man, he just misses it. But that's Rod Beck. He will come after you, even though he knows he doesn't have his best stuff. He's a battler. He's a competitor.
The Cubs limping to the finish. The Warrior Rod Beck with very little left, it is apparent.
That's all he needed.
There's one to first, off the bag. Coming in to score is Javier. At second base, the pinch runner Sanchez, the former Cub, came in real hard on Morandini.
Well, Beck needed to have one good pitch, and he makes the good pitch. He gets the ground ball. Sanchez has to back up because it's a tough hop. He feeds Morandini, but right there on top of him is Sanchez. Good job by Sanchez. He makes him throw the ball away.
So Jeff Kent gets an RBI there. His 128th. But it's not exactly the way he wanted to get it. Now 2 down. But Joe Carter, the former World Series hero, who has been so strong for the Giants in the stretch. And we got a fan who has run out from the bleachers onto the field, and that's why we have the delay now. The security here at the ballpark taking care of the intruder. We're talking about Joe Carter in a big spot. This was 1993, Game 6 of the World Series.
Now the 2-2. Well hit down the left field line. Way back and gone! Joe Carter with a 3-run homer.
Well, that was Carter 5 years ago. Doesn't seem that long. And now Carter in what could be his final at bat. He will retire when this season is over. And he himself could well help determine whether or not it is it final at bat. 2 down in the 9th inning, and Rod Beck trying to pull off something that's almost superhuman, existing only on guile right now.
Yeah!
0-1. I mean, he's not thrown a pitch faster than 80 miles an hour yet. That was a slider. Three runs in for the Giants. It is 5-3 in the 9th inning. Well, now he had something on it, Joe.
Well, that was a waste pitch, and it was up. He was just trying to move him off the plate. Because I don't think he's going to try to get Joe Carter out with a fastball. I think he wants to get him out with a splitter or a slider.
Rod Beck needing one save more to put the Cubs in the playoffs as he faces the only other team he's ever pitched with in the big leagues to try and put them there.
John, that was interesting right there. That was a splitter, but he can't get up on top with the splitter. I mean, he threw that ball like 3/4, almost sidearm. He can't get on top to throw that, to get the good movement on the splitter.
JT Snow would be next. 2-1 to Carter. He is 0 for 3 in the game. Kent is at first.
I don't know why they're holding him on over there.
Grace right on the bag with him. And the Giants are down to their final strike.
would you be holding him on when his run doesn't mean anything?
One of several questions that we have about how this one is being executed. 2-2 with 2 down. Off the fists, and Grace will take it. The Cubs have won it, and they will go to the postseason. Will play out when they go to Atlanta. We don't know how much they have left to give when they get to Atlanta. But this 1998 Cubs team will be remembered for many things, and the first few of those things certainly on the list will all be something to do with Sammy Sosa. But when it was all on the line, Jim Riggleman went with 2 former Giants against the Giants, and they had just barely enough left to give. Mulholland saw Bonds hit one hard, but into an out, and then Rod Beck threw maybe one pitch over 80 miles an hour, but Beck had enough to get both Kent and Joe Carter, 2 of the top RBI men in the game.
And John, maybe it's only fitting that the Sammy Sosa goes to the playoffs because Mark McGwire's not going to be there. And he at least has done so much for the game this year that maybe it's only fitting that he's there.
All right, well, there he is with Carlos Diaz. Carlos?
Well, Sammy Sosa's here. He's putting on his shirt that he's been waiting to put on all season long. He thought he'd be putting on this shirt after 162 games, but it turned out to be 163. Sammy, you said all season long that all you wanted to do was make the playoffs. Now you're in the playoffs. How do you feel?
I feel great. It's been unbelievable all year long with the year that I've been having. But, you know, I never thinking about it until today. I mean, tonight is something that I'm never going to forget in my life. All my team was there with me. I was there for 4, and today I forgot about the home run. I just want to win, and I want to go out there and celebrate with other people in Chicago.
You came in and you said you predicted this. You said you would be here. Is this another premonition that you've had?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, all year long it's been unbelievable, and tonight, Trachsel pitching great again. One of the games that I'm never going to forget. And everybody came through. Gary Gaetti, everybody, we're here to celebrate.
Woo! Quite fitting that this season ends with you with 66 home runs. The home run race is now officially over. You have 66 home runs. Now you can look back. How do you feel about 66?
But you have to know, the Mama Guaya is the man. He's the king of home run, but they got to go to me first to get to Mark. You know that, Mark. You are number 1, but I'm number 2. I love you. And this has been unbelievable. That's something I'm not going to forget it. Whatever happened in 1998, thank you for all the fans that support me here in Chicago, all over the place. God bless America.
Well, John, it's quite fitting. They're playing Spanish music right here in the club's clubhouse. Let's head back up to you, John.
Sammy Sosa. Well, indeed, McGuire wins the home run chase, has the home run record. But Sammy Sosa is heading into the postseason and probably as the MVP of the National League. Rod Beck, the Warrior, as he did for the Giants for so many years, somehow finding a way to get it done. His 51st save. The Giants, as is part of their history, a great run in the 9th inning. This time, they fell a little bit short.
Gave Trachsel some more momentum as the Cubs got more in the 5th. Matt Mieske pinch hitting, the ex-Brewer coming through for 2 more. It was 4-0, and the Cubs coasting along there. And Barry Bonds again, bases jammed, hits a ground ball the first in the big 7th. The Cubs out of the jam. It was still 4-0. But again, the Giants got 3 in the 9th of this ball game. It was 5-0 going into the 9th. The Giants had the tying run at the plate. Joe Carter, former World Series hero, pop up. Mark Grace got it, foul territory. The Cubs hang on, and they win the game by a score of 5-3. And you talk about excitement there at Wrigley Field. I think Cub fans are really drained right now. I know a lot of the media people are, and I tell you, it was one draining year for the Cubs, but there's more to come. They face the Atlanta Braves now in the playoffs, so it'll be more excitement at Wrigley Field on the weekend. The Cubs have 2 games there, and they played hopefully the rest of the series here, a couple of games here and back in Atlanta. But summing it up, I'll tell you, talk about a great effort by the bullpen. Terry Mulholland, very unusual for a pitcher to come out after pitching a game yesterday and coming back and pitching today. So he pitched a marvelous game today. So did Rod Beck. The entire bullpen's to be commended. And Steve Trachsel for a great effort and a great starting role. They needed Trachsel. They got a great performance. 6 2/3 no-hit innings from Steve. And what more could you ask? You all excited?
Unbelievable. I was so frightened, though, at the end there. I saw these terrible doomsday scenarios a possibility.
Got to keep the faith,
That's right. Well, we can relax for a couple days anyway. The streets outside Wrigley, the entire game were packed with people, and I know Robin Baumgarten tells us they're pouring out into the streets right now.
They're pouring out into the streets, but they're also partying in that locker room. Let's go to WGN's Dan Roan. I think it's in the locker room now. With
Steve Stone.
Steve Stone.
I'm here with Steve Trachsel, probably the biggest ball game of his life. And Steve, you couldn't have worked out any better. I mean, for you this year, this has to be the crowning glory.
Yeah, that's just went out there and I said, forget it, I'm going to give it everything I got. Went out there and just tried to hit my spots. I was able to do that early. A little disappointed about deliberate walks, but just glad I was able to just kept trying to hit my spots, work out of the jams I got myself into, and just let it all hang out.
Looked to me like you were throwing harder tonight than I've seen you throw in the last couple of months.
A lot of adrenaline going. They came out and said I had 120-something pitches. When they pulled me, it felt like I'd only thrown about 40. So my heart was going every pitch, and I was just on a high the whole game.
You got Barry Bonds in some very difficult situations, Steve. Did you bear down a little bit harder on him because you hit that outside corner all night long?
Not any more than anybody else. I just made some really good pitches against him. Just went with what we've been using against him in the past, and I was able to hit my spots, and then luckily I think we caught him guessing a couple times.
Yesterday in the ball game, as the Cubs were going down to the end, you had to be sitting on the bench. Did you have any idea that today was going to be your day? I mean,
I was getting ready to go to the bullpen. I mean, you were there when I asked him, is there any way possible I'm pitching? And they said, no way be possible. So I had a donut for breakfast. Next thing you know, they said, you're going to the bullpen. You might be going out there. And I couldn't believe it. So, you know, I didn't have a chance to think about today because I was trying to get ready for yesterday.
Well, you have a lot of people wanting to do it, so yeah. I'm going to go. Take care of yourself, and congratulations. Dan Roan now with Jose Hernandez.
All right, with Mark Grace back on the field, having a little bit of fun out there with the fans. We've got Jose Hernandez here on the inside. Jose, career year power-wise, and it all pays off in a trip to the playoffs. How does it feel?
Oh, it's pretty good. They give me the chance to play, and you know, right now we all feel excited. Everybody, we get in the playoff, and you know, everybody's got nice season, and Sammy, that's for Sammy right there. Get the go in the playoffs. So everybody's happy right now. We go Atlanta tomorrow, so we got to celebrate now and go there strong and get those 2 wins and come back over here in Chicago and win the rest of the games.
Well, it took 163 games, and I guess you could say it was a typical Cubs victory because it took right down to the final out to get this thing nailed down.
Oh yeah, well, you know, we played pretty good in the first, you know, Trachsel pitched pretty good game, and we scored a lot of runs. So I saved myself, you know, we got to score a lot of runs. So finally we did. We scored 5, and I thought, you know, in the last minute I said, oh my God, they can't come back, you know. So was kind of like scared. So now we got the victory, so we can celebrate now.
Can you beat the Braves?
Oh well, we played pretty good against them, so we got to go there strong and play hard and make a lot of runs. So they got pretty good team too and good pitching stuff. So we got to go there and get to those 2 games, win those 2 games, and come back home and strong, and finally get the Atlanta in Chicago.
All right, Jose, thanks. Congratulations. Jose Hernandez here in the clubhouse.
I'm here with Brant Brown, and in many ways, this is a great year for Brant Brown. Obviously, the one day in Milwaukee, a game you'd love to forget, but that's all over right now, pal. You are going to the playoffs.
It's a new start for me. You know, it's been real tough. Pardon me while I get this out of my eyes, but it's been real tough. You know, with going through that, everybody's been real supportive. I'd like to thank all the fans and everybody who's, you know, written in and called, and, you know, it's just been really, you know, solid, you know, to show the kind of people that we have, the kind of fans that we have. And just like when I gave Ed Lynch a hug, I spit out the hook, you know. I went fishing and I swallowed it, and now I spit it out. So I don't think there's anybody as happy in this clubhouse as me right now.
Well, Ben, let me ask you one question. How important was it to you after that terrible ball game in Milwaukee to get the start the next night in Houston?
Well, I think it was important. I mean, honestly, if I wouldn't have started him, I would have still had the same confidence level. You know, that was one play in many that I, you know, caught this year. So I'd put it behind me. You know, I pretty strong individual as far as that is concerned, and, you know, I had put it behind me. I wouldn't have lost any confidence if I didn't start that day.
Well, Brent, you were great. Congratulations. And now we're going to Dan Roan, who's got Sammy Sosa.
I got the man of the hour here. Sammy, I think you had a pretty good season, huh?
Yeah, I have to say, 1998 has been unbelievable, not only for me, for a lot of players, especially Mark McGwire. Hey, for me now it's different. I mean, I was waiting for that moment for a long time. I got it. We had to play extra game to go to the playoff. You believe that? But we got it. Especially we do it here in home, which is, you know, it is unbelievable.
Well, I'll tell you what, you got a couple of singles tonight. No home runs, but it doesn't make one bit of difference.
I don't want to worry about a home run no more. I got 66. That's good enough for me. Next year, I had to start thinking about home run. What I was thinking about tonight is trying to go out there and relax, make contact, and be in base and trying to do anything different because everybody wait for me for home run. And
who is that back there?
Every day.
That's Jeremy Gonzalez for the record. Well, Jeremy's doing Sammy a number here. I hope he didn't blind the National League MVP. Sammy, you'll have to get even with him for that when you guys beat the Braves in the next round.
Oh yeah, I get him, by the way, about it. Go ahead.
Hey, we'll let you dry off a little bit. Congratulations, buddy.
I appreciate it, boy. Chicago, you deserve the playoff. We're going to go to Atlanta. We never know what can happen. We might see in the World Series.
All right.
Sammy, how happy are you?
Sammy Sosa having a great time here in the Cubs clubhouse.
I'm here with Mark Clark, who pitched perhaps the biggest game of his life in Houston. And Mark, had to be a redeemer for you. Been a tough year for you all the way through. They entrusted you with a ball game. If you don't win that game, we're not here right now dousing champagne.
I know. At the time, I didn't really realize it, but going out there and pitching the way I did and kept us in a ball game, and then put us in a position to be here tonight. And Trax just did an unbelievable job tonight. And about Terry Mulholland coming in there after pitching yesterday, I mean, that's unbelievable. And it's been a great team effort. I mean, everybody battled, and everybody battled their hearts out, and here we are, ready to go to Atlanta.
Well, you guys sure are the cardiac kids, and no better performance than the one in Houston for you. But how about the bats? Where'd the big hits come from?
I can't believe I waited so long to do it, but come at a good time. It couldn't come at any worse time than when it did. But we're having fun now.
Okay, take it away, Dan.
All right, here we go. Scott Service is with us. Oh, man. Manny Alexander might be the most dangerous guy in the clubhouse.
Oh, man.
You said you don't like champagne that much, Scotty, but I guess it's an acquired taste.
Oh, it tastes great. It's a long time coming here in Chicago. The fans have been awesome. You look back on where we were 0-14 at the start of last year and all the stuff we went through. A lot of hard times for Cub fans and for guys in this clubhouse who are here. And it's nice. It's a nice reward tonight. We'll say hi to everybody back home.
A nervous evening there in the ninth inning. Everything was going so smoothly.
You know it wasn't going to be 5-0. Come on. Everybody's been watching it all year, but we got the job done. That's great.
All right, hey, congratulations, man. Good luck against the Braves.
Thank you.
Scott Service, Cubs catcher. Getting a little damp in here, you guys.
Here with Matt Mieske, who had one of the big hits today. And Matt, you come up as a pinch hitter. Obviously, the Cubs with a 2-run lead at that point. You got to be thinking, if they get anything close, a base hit right here pretty much puts it away. What's going through your mind?
I just wanted to make good contact, have a good at-bat. I just reacted, and a lot of times guys will tell you that's when good things happen. You just react, and we're just fortunate that drove in a couple runs in that kind of a game. You can tell there's a lot of tension, and it wasn't going to take too much to win it.
Well, for you, a guy who was hitting 300 got sent down to the minor leagues. Now you get a chance to come back, and here you are in a hero in the biggest game the Cubs play all year long.
Well, it was really sweet for me. It was really a tough pill to swallow for me when I went down. I signed here because I thought this team would have a chance to win, and I wanted to be on a winner.
And you were right.
And I was right. I'm just glad that I could contribute. I didn't feel like I had a chance this year to contribute the way I wanted to. And, in the biggest game of the year, I'm just glad that I was able to help us get a win and get us into the playoffs.
Well, Matt, congratulations. It's great. I'm just very, very happy for you. And now we'll take you back to the studio.
All right, Steve, the party is going on there, though. That's where we want to be.
I got to say one thing about this team. We talked about while they're doing the interviews. Of all the teams I've covered, I've been in the business now too long. But they are the nicest group of players. Cooperate, win or lose. And I'm so happy for these guys because they are out there every day facing the media and enjoying it and enjoying the year. And it means so much to the fans to see that. They are a good group of guys.
Let's be prepared because Mark Grace, I believe, is getting ready to talk. But in the meantime, we can toss up to WGN's Robin Baumgarten, who is above the party in Skycam 9. Go, Robin.
Gosh, I'm used to Wrigleyville looking like a whole lot more like Mudville, but you would not even believe the swarms of people out here at Clark and Addison. Take a look out my window, if you will, folks. Here's the intersection of Clark and Addison just flooded with Cubs fans. And, gee, I hope none of the Cubs players are planning on taking that number 152 CTA bus because it's not going anywhere here. And just in case you're planning on heading down here to celebrate, folks, they have actually blocked off Addison. You cannot get anywhere east of Halstead, and you cannot get westbound on Addison, or westbound on Addison's blocked at Halstead, and eastbound you cannot get anywhere east of Racine. Flooded all along Addison at the intersection of Sheffield and Addison. Waveland's starting to thin out, but you know what? You can tell all this years of frustration are really finally bubbling to the surface here, and looks like no one's going anywhere fast. Back to you guys in the studio.
Looks under control, though, for now.
I think we're going to throw it to Dan Rowan now, who's down in the locker room. Dan?
All right, back in the clubhouse, we've got Gary Gaetti and Glen Allen Hill. Glen Allen, back with the Cubs, second time around. I know it's a lot sweeter than it was the first.
Well, the only thing I'm missing is Harry. Harry was my #1 fan, and he loved me. He made me feel welcome. And I know he's up in heaven, checking it all out. cheeses, smoking a big fat one.
Get some good swings now and down in Atlanta. You guys can beat the Braves.
Hey, our team is fearless. We've proven it to everyone. We've come back. We stopped losing streaks. We had big wins. Our veterans stepped up. Gary Gaetti, myself, we're all ready to go.
We're going to drag the guy in here that hit the home run that got the scoring started tonight. Hey, that wind was blowing in pretty hard tonight. Still got it out.
I didn't know, man. I thought Barry was camped under it. And, oh, man, this is good.
Isn't it fun? I know you've been through it before, but I'm sure it's just as sweet this time.
Oh, it is. Every time it's just, I'm really glad for a lot of the young guys here to get to do this, man. It's something you never, ever forget. And you know what? They deserve it. We battled hard the last month of the season. I mean, it was right down, obviously down to the last game. And the guys really deserve to vent the frustration and stuff.
We're still going to talk to you for a sec. Sammy's out on the field right now.
Who?
Sammy's out there saying hi to all the
Sammy
fans.
Sosa?
What do you think of these fans now that you played in front of them and for them now?
I love the Chicago fans. You know, I came from a pretty good baseball town in St. Louis. And, you know, I got to say Chicago fans are every bit as good. I know you're walking down the street, you know, and they have people coming up to you all the time. I mean, awesome turnout, you know, at the ballpark. I bet if it seated 90,000, there'd be 90,000 people here, you know. And
they're partying
good.
with you tonight.
And they're good.
Thanks, Gary. Congratulations. Terrific. Now let's go to Steve Stone with the guy who got him here, Stoney.
Lynch, and he's the man that brought Gary Gaetti here and set up all the heroics. And Ed, you had to retool this team completely from a team that went 68-94. For you, this has to be a great day of vindication.
Yeah, it really is. You know, our Major League scouts did a super job. Larry Himes, Ken Kravec, Keith Champion, they found the guys. I just signed them, and they came in and did a great job. But I think Jim Riggleman deserves a bulk of the credit, and the guys just stuck with it all the way to the end.
Eddie, 5 runs up in the last inning. Could have ended any other way than to have to face the tying run yet again.
No, there's no way that game was going to end 5-0. You knew that Barry Bonds was coming up with Jeff Kent as the tying run, and they did, but we got him out when it counted most. So the bullpen was absolutely gone. I thought our whole starting rotation was going to get in there tonight, and Rod Beck was throwing about 60 miles an hour, but he gutted it out and got him out. So we really have to hand it to the veterans that came through in the clutch.
Well, Eddie, you did a great job. Congratulations to you.
Thanks, Steve.
Really. Okay, Danny, take it away.
All right, Stoney, we've got the Cubs' new reliever with us right now, Kevin Taffany, working out of the bullpen tonight and worth every pitch.
Yeah, it was great. It was fun to be out there in a game like that. Yeah, it showed a lot of heart. Terry Mulholland, after pitching yesterday and coming out there, and Rod, you know, he just keeps getting the job done. It's just tremendous. Gary Gaetti stepping up. I wish we could have made his homer stand up for the game winner, because he's been our MVP since he came over here, and, you know, all the guys before him, it's tremendous.
Well, it's a terrific night for you guys, but I know you don't have much time to enjoy it because you're right back down to Atlanta on Wednesday for Game 1.
Yeah, and that's great. You know, that's the way it's been working all year. We, you know, one tough ball game after another, and find a way to get the job done. And, you know, we take a day off, regroup tomorrow, and go at it Wednesday.
Let me ask you one question. I know you want to get out in the field and see those fans, but who's going to be the starter on Wednesday? Do you know?
I don't know. We haven't heard. Right? You know, as of today, I was. So I didn't throw that many pitches. I hope I get a shot at it.
All right, Tap. Congratulations. Great season. 19 victories. Go get those Braves.
Thank you.
Kevin Taffany. Let's see if we can get outside and see what's going on out there.
There we go.
That's inside.
Rodriguez having a good time. Would you say he should pour some of that on his ankle?
Yeah, I think so. He's got the bum ankle. Jackie Bang is out and about in the streets near Wrigley as well. Jackie, what's the scene like where you are?
Randy and Allison, I'd like to think I'm a veteran of all the Bulls championships, going to Division Street and so on and so forth. I have never seen anything like this. Take a look at this crowd. There are at least 10,000 according to Chicago police. What they're doing is they are booing because police just arrested a fellow who was way up about 30 feet high in a billboard. What you're seeing now is the crowd of people spilling out from all of the neighborhood bars and spilling out almost immediately. As soon as Mark Grace caught that ball, they started spilling out of Wrigley Field. So it has been this packed with this many people for a good half hour. I think they love the camera. They're pretty well contained, though. There are 150 police officers out here trying to keep everybody in one area. And like I said, from my vantage point, I've seen one arrest from a fellow that was way up on the billboard, about 30 feet high. And a couple fellows tried to get up on some of the city buses, and Chicago police were right there to greet them with handcuffs. Okay, guys. It is astounding, the crowd.
Okay, thanks, Jackie. And Sammy greeting his #1 fans in right field. A little bubbly.
That's his fandom out there. They love Sammy Sosa, and he's giving him a little shower as if he can reach that high up on the wall as the media crews are just all over Sammy Sosa. How much more can he take? But he's a very happy man tonight. What a great scene.
Talk about how classy this guy has been all season long. We all knew that Sammy Sosa had a lot of heart, but who knew that he would carry himself with the kind of grace that he's shown all year?
You got to go back to the White Sox. Sammy, a very quiet man with the White Sox, was very unhappy over there and blossomed with the Cubs. Larry Hymes brought him over with the Cubs. And this year, though, he's been sensational. I mean, he's really come out of his shell to a great degree. A very happy, outgoing individual. He used to be very quiet in the locker room. You'd go into him, he'd just give you comments, but very terse. But let's go back to Dan Roan with more in that locker room. Dan.
All right, well, we haven't heard from one of the key acquisitions in the offseason here in '98. Mickey Morandini, the Cubs second baseman, 1,000 hits a couple of weeks ago, and now this. Pretty good month, huh?
It's worked out for the best. I'm so happy the way things worked out, being able to win this game here at home in front of the crowd. You know, we never make it easy, but the bottom line is we got the job done, and now we're moving on.
Well, that's so true. You know, you have to go 163 games into this to get to the playoffs. And when it looks like you're going to wrap it up in pretty easy fashion, it's 5-0 going to the ninth. You get the tying run at the plate again.
Well, you didn't expect it to be 5-0. You know, you got to give Steve Trachsel all the credit in the world. He pitched a heck of a ball game in a pressure situation. You know, Gary comes up with the homer and Matt with the pinch hit single. You need all the guys in this dugout at one time or another help this team win, and that's what it's all about.
And it's been a great chemistry all year, hasn't it?
It really has. We enjoy each other's company. We have a lot of respect for each other, and it's been a great ride, and now it gets to continue.
You better get in there and dry off before you catch pneumonia.
I'll be all right.
All right, let's send it back inside the clubhouse to Steve Stone.
I'm here with one of the unsung heroes, Jeff Pentland, the hitting instructor. And Jeff, anytime your team has the kind of offensive numbers this team has, second in the league in runs scored, you have to be in line for a lot of credit. How does this make you feel?
Well, I don't even know what to say, Steve. I mean, it's unbelievable. You know, I always thought we had a chance, but, you know, when it really happens, it was a miracle.
And Sammy hit 66.
Sammy was awesome. He was so fired up today. You know, I had to go in there and calm him down a little bit. I mean, he was swinging the balls that are over his head.
Well, we got to throw it to one of your pupils right now. So, Dan, with Henry Rodriguez, take it away.
All right, Stoney, thanks very much. Henry, how about it?
This is crazy. I mean, I've never been in anything like this. We worked very hard this year, and we knew we had a chance this year to do something. And everybody saw what happened today. We got to go to Atlanta. It's going to be tough. We know that. Everybody knows that. Well, baseball, you never know what's going to happen.
And it was tough tonight. It's been tough all season long. You had to go the extra game to get here. I remember talking back in spring training. You didn't know exactly how this was all going to work out, playing that tricky left field out there, and it's worked out tremendously.
Oh man, I think when I first know that I was coming to Chicago, I said to myself, it's gonna be really good in Chicago because we got Sammy, we got some of the guys that I know. It's gonna be tough in playing left field too because of the wind. But we worked very hard in spring training. Even after I had my injury, I came back and hit a couple of bases for the team, and that's the way it's been for our team. Everybody come through with the team with the big kid hits, and that's what happened.
Well, you can go do Maddox and Smoltz and those guys this week.
They're tough. They're one of the best in the business, and I think we're gonna do what we did here. Just play hard and see what happens.
And look at these guys, Henry. These fans over here. Nobody wants to leave tonight.
They're not gonna go nowhere. We ain't going nowhere either. So we're gonna be celebrating for a long time here.
All right. I'll see you on the plane tomorrow afternoon.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Well, guys, you're getting some great pictures here tonight from Wrigley Field. I mean, it has been a spectacular evening. Another difficult one for the Chicago Cubs, but they pulled through in this one, winning game 163. Beating the Giants 5-3. There were so many times during this season where we never even imagined we'd see a sight like this in this ballpark. And what a great wild card race it's been. The Giants kind of a late entry there, but the Mets and Cubs going at it, never separated by more than a game from the last month all the way through. And now Lance Johnson is with us. LJ, how about it?
Oh, man, I tell you, this is just great. This is marvelous. This is what you dream about doing when you're a little kid. I've been here before, so, you know, I'm okay. I'm just ready to go to Battle Atlanta.
You're about the driest guy I've seen so far.
Well, you know, I stayed under the AC, you know, when we were inside. So.
Not a bad idea. Hey, well, look at these people up here.
Yeah! Yeah! All right. That's what I'm talking about.
I'll tell you what, you can't beat these fans.
I tell you, they've been great, supportive. It's just a great atmosphere here. It's unbelievable.
Well, if you think it's big tonight, it's going to be a madhouse this weekend when the Braves come back to Chicago.
Well, that's the way I like it. I hope all the crazies come on out and give Atlanta a hard time.
Well, thanks, LJ. Congratulations, and go get those Braves.
Thank you.
Lance Johnson. Eddie Aruza of WGN News standing by at the Cubby Bear. I'll tell you what, the party's going on outside there, too. Eddie?
Dad, I don't have to describe what the mood is like in here. You can hear it.
Cubs win!
For anyone who couldn't get a ticket to get in across the street, this was a place to be. And I got to warn you, some of these people were feeling good before the Cubs clinched, so you can imagine how they're feeling now. Here are a couple of fans from Racine, Wisconsin, who say they've never lost faith in the Cubs. Here's Ben. Ben, this got to be a proud moment for you.
Oh, it's been a long time waiting for the Cubbies to win. This is a season we didn't want to end. This has been just a beautiful thing.
Troy, how about you?
Oh, we proved everybody wrong. They said we couldn't do it. We proved in the end we could. That's all that matters.
Bring on the Braves.
Bring on the Braves.
Bring on the Braves. I'm going to toss it back to you in the studio so people can keep celebrating. We're going to join them here. This is Eddie Aruza live at the Cubby Bear.
Eddie, be careful out there.
Here's a frightening thought for you. Well, what if the Cubs won the World Series? What would be going on out there?
Hey, you never know.
My
They've
goodness.
got the first baseman.
I'm just saying we're reacting like this with just getting into the playoffs. You can imagine.
Wait, we got
the
Mark
World
Grace.
Series.
Go to the first base.
All right, go ahead, Steve.
Mark Grace has to be ecstatic. 1989, and here you are back again. 1989, and here you are.
Ron Santo, too. It's for him, Billy Williams, you know, the guys that, Ernie, all the guys that have been. But you know, Steve, you've been here longer than I have. And, you know, you really don't, there was a lot of times that I didn't think I'd get back to this situation. And I have to thank Andy and Ed and for bringing in the players that they brought in here, not only at the beginning of the season, but also, you know, the guy Eddies and Glenn Allens, Orlando Merceds, you know, those type of guys. And I'm forgetting people, but, you know, I just have to thank all my teammates for helping me get back here because really, you know, it really seemed like I might have to retire without getting back here. And I'm just so pleased and so proud to be a Cub right now.
Before the game, you talked with Michael Jordan. What did he have to say?
I rubbed up on him. I said, if we rub up on Mike, we got no chance of losing. But he was great, you know. But he did airmail that first pitch, didn't he?
He did that. As tough as it's been at times this year, Mark, could you ever have imagined that with Houston just pulling away in the Central, that you guys would have to go to 163 games to get to the playoffs?
Would it be any other way with this team? And would the ninth inning have been any other way? I mean, I was just like, God, I was pacing back and forth, and I was like, come on, let's get these guys out for crying out loud. We got a 5-run lead. But I mean, you know us, and it's going to be the same way against Atlanta, I'm sure. You know, we got nothing to lose, man. We're going to go for it, and we're going to show up. I guarantee you, we got a tough task ahead of us, but we're going to show up.
But you had the shooter on the mound, and you know that somewhere along the line, he's going to get the ball to you, and that's what happened.
That's right. He did a great job of it, too. 2 hands, Mark, 2 hands. And that's what you want. You want the ball hit to you to end the game, and you know, man, what a feeling. I'm so happy, Stoney.
Congratulations, Mark.
To you too.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, Jackie Bang, take it away.
Alrighty, Steve Stone, we've got an interesting situation going on right here. Certainly the crowd is not dissipated. And a little further off, there is a bus that wants to get through. The Clark 22 bus, and nobody wants to let it through because the crowd is so thick. We're going to after showing you this crowd, go right to Dan Roan. Sounds like he's got another happy guest. We got Jim Riggleman there. Go ahead,
All right,
Dan.
you guys, Cubs manager Jim Riggleman, soaked to the skin and enjoying every second of it.
Yeah, you know, it's great. I can't describe how good I feel right now, and I'm just so happy for so many individuals, but just collectively, this whole ball club, I'm just so proud of them, and Ed Lynch, Andy McPhail, Jim Dowdle for what they provided us with here. And, you know, it's a step in the direction we're finally trying to get to, but, you know, can't minimize it in any way. It's a huge step for us.
You got to have a cast iron stomach to manage this team.
Well, you know, I tell you, for me, the decisions that we make, I know people, you know, analyze and criticize and all that, but I've been making these decisions for 16 years, you know. All those years in the minor leagues, those decisions count. And I'm just so indebted to every minor league player who's played for me to help me get to this position where I'm talking to Dan Roan right now.
Well, you know, that's part of baseball. That's part of the fun of it, second guessing by the fans and all that.
That's right. But, you know, they hopefully sooner or later they will start to trust. And you know, we want nothing more than this ball club to win, and I just appreciate they're out here to support our ball club the way they do. They love our players, and I think that our players feed off of them so much.
It's really unbelievable, isn't it? The fans tonight, this is the best crowd I've seen in 16 years in this city.
And you know, we got a little boost, I think, early. You know, Trax was throwing great. Just a couple nice plays out there. Merced did a great job in left field. First time he's been out there for us, and you know, we appreciate Michael Jordan came out to get us started.
Gaetti. What about Gaetti and some of the guys you got midseason? Glenn Allen Hill, guys that Ed Lynch and Andy McPhail went out and got for you, have really done a job.
You can put their names collectively in a group, and beside their name, put Ed Lynch and put a star, put a feather in his cap for getting those guys.
All right, Jim. Thanks so much. Good luck in Atlanta. We'll see you there. Cubs manager Jim Riggleman.
I'm here with Billy Williams. Billy Williams, for the first time, is drinking champagne in a Cub uniform. And Billy, so many years of frustration for you, and here you are. You got the Cub uniform on, and you got champagne. You're going to the playoffs.
I got the wild card champion on. I got the hat on, and it's really been exciting. You know, we played great baseball, and it wind up the way it did. They're coming back to Chicago and winning for the Chicago fans. The last time I drank champagne was in an Oakland A's uniform, and of course, this is always nice when you play with the ball club and you enjoying what's happening here. Just good for the guys that win because they played hard all year.
Billy, all those years with all the great teams that you didn't make it, and obviously some of the most beloved Cub teams ever, you find yourself back here as a coach. What do you think this means to the fans of Chicago to once again be celebrating postseason play?
Well, it's really great for them who supported this ball club for so many years, and for us to come back to Chicago and play an exciting game like we did tonight, it was really great. And you're always happy for the players, but you're most happy for the fans who supported this ball club, come out to cheers when time was tough, and it was just exciting to win the wild card. This is just the first step. I think the guys have something else on their mind.
Well, obviously you have to celebrate, but it's tempered by the fact that you got to get on a plane, you got to go to Atlanta. But Billy, you got a ticket to the dance, Billy, a ticket to the dance.
Ticket to the dance. Let's go to Atlanta and see what happens.
Okay, let's take it over to the Cubby Bear.
Steve, this is Eddie Aruza on the roof of the Cubby Bear, where it's a little quieter up here than it was down in the bar, but just take a look down from the roof here at the intersection of Clark and Addison. The celebration has spilled right into the intersection. There are cars and buses that are trying to get by, and the people inside looked just a little bit overwhelmed with all this partying that spilled out into the street. Right now it looks pretty controlled, though. We have a pretty significant police presence here. Some are on horses, some are on foot. And while there's a lot of noise right now, it seems that people are respecting things, and things haven't gotten too out of hand. But there's a beautiful sight there. Holy cow. In memory of Harry Carey, Cubs win. I'm sure he's looking down tonight, probably from a similar vantage point to that we have up here, and really enjoying what he's seeing here. Now back to you in the studio, Randy and Allison.
Harry didn't go on the roofs of many bars, but we know he has been in those areas. We need to explain what happens next.
Yes, because it's kind of complicated. So we've got a graphic. Let's take a look at what's up for the Cubs and the Atlanta Braves. First game is Wednesday. A 3:07 start? That's kind of unusual, isn't it?
Right here in WGN. Same scenario as tonight with the ESPN feed, but right here in Chicago on WGN.
And then Game 3 will take place on Saturday, October 3rd, and the time will be announced later. So the Cubs are on a roll.
And games 4 and 5 after the Cubs win 2 and send it to 5. The last one's back in Atlanta, and the paper will have all that for you to sit down and plan your weekend out for. How have they done against Atlanta?
Well, they won the season series 4-2. They swept 3 games here in Chicago. They shut down the Braves' bats pretty well in that series. So you know, things are not looking as bad as you might expect. You know, the Braves got great pitching, obviously, but they're not an explosive ball club. I mean, they can. If the Cubs get good pitching, they can hold them down, maybe win a few games there, and maybe win the whole series.
But you can hear that salsa music playing in the background in your locker room. So can they do the merengue? If they can't do the merengue, we can beat them.
There's also a chance Kerry Wood could come back and pitch.
On the second game, they're talking about him pitching the second game, which would be Thursday, right, in Atlanta. So that could be a big factor. So let's go back. I believe Andy McPhail's down there with one of our guys back at the field, the boss of the Cubs.
I'm here with the president of the Cubs, Andy McPhail. And Andy, it's been a long, bumpy ride, but you're going to the postseason once again. And the last couple times you went, you were pretty successful.
I'll tell you, anything can happen from here on, Steve. We're all 0-0. We're all 0-0 right now. So I've been there when when people start to overlook you a little bit, you can cause some trouble in the postseason, and that's just what we intend to do.
Well, obviously today was a wonderful ball game, but could you have envisioned it ending a little bit easier than it did?
Well, I guess it was typical. Somebody must have written this script because it was just the way we played all year. Nothing came easy for us. They never quit. It's really a group that you're very proud to be associated with. They played the game the way the game ought to be played, and we all can take a measure of pride in that.
And a guy that you're very familiar with because he helped you win the last time, Gary Gaetti was the man that put the Cubs on top tonight.
Well, I know Ed Lynch tried to make an effort to bring in winning-type players, and there's nobody in my long association baseball that fits that description quite as much as Gary Gaetti. He's a big-time player. He showed it again tonight, and we're very happy to have him with our club.
Well, Andy, congratulations.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay, guys, take it away.
Andy, you need to take the jacket off. Have a good time or put it on.
We're going to let our guys towel off and wring out some of that champagne. Then we're going to come back and do some more out at Wrigley and the areas around Wrigley.
Merengue, baby.
That's right. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Day one on the road, in the air, to cover Major League Baseball.
It's the year of the home run, my friends. Jack City. We're watching the big boys launch the long-range missiles over and over again, higher and higher. In fact, this ball right here is a ball that Mark McGwire launched into the propeller of the Bud 1 airship, proving that he is the Red Menace.
Hey, man, call the FAA. These guys are a threat to our airspace.
Ever wonder where all those SUVs come from? Almost without exception, from people who also put their name on cars. One exception, Jimmy from GMC, the company that sold trucks exclusively for almost a century. Jimmy offers a long list of luxury amenities and also delivers the capability and versatility of an authentic truck.
Get up to $2,500 cash back or get $3,000 in average finance savings with low 0.9% APR GMAC financing. See your Chicagoland and Northern Indiana GMC dealer today, the truck professionals.
Howie, Mommy loves you and I can't wait to come home. Okay, honey. Bye-bye now.
Introducing AT&T Digital One Rate. 50 states, one rate. Never a roaming or long-distance charge. So every call is like a local call.
White residents, Barry speaking.
Talk to me, baby.
Hello.
Hello. And the rate is so low, it can make your wireless phone your only phone.
Connect with Pro Performance Creatine. Research showed that creatine increased muscle performance by over 8%. And now during General Nutrition Center's Sports Nutrition Sale, you can pick up a kilo of Pro Performance Creatine made exclusively by GNC for only $49.99. That's only 25 cents a serving. Connect. Live strong. Live well.
There was one Cub that Randy was calling the man yesterday.
Rob Beck calls him the strongest man he's ever met. He probably would have pitched right-handed tonight if he had to. Is that right, Steve Stone?
That's entirely right. It's Terry Mulholland, who not only threw 8 innings yesterday, but came in today. And Terry, this had to be something that is special for you. What possessed you to tell Jim Riggleman he could use you today?
It's the only game we had to play today, Stoney. And I've always been a guy that always liked playing baseball. And yeah, I didn't want to turn around, and had we lost tonight and not gotten an opportunity to do something to help the team out, you know, go home and say, damn, I could have done something. But it was a team effort tonight, and I'm just very happy that Riggs had, you know, the confidence in me to send me out there. And I wasn't as sharp as I was yesterday, but you know, I'll take the out.
What was your reaction to the last out of the game?
It was just unreal. I don't smile a whole lot during the season, but definitely put a smile on my face. It was just unreal.
Well, there's the whole ball club pouring out of the dugout, knowing they had made it to the postseason. And the first thing you said to me, Terry, was 11 wins. That's what the team needs right now, 11 wins and 2 more of these celebrations.
Oh, definitely. I mean, getting a little taste of champagne right now, but you know, the big mission is to go out and take it to Atlanta. You know, they're an awfully tough ball club, strong pitching, but great thing about baseball is, you know, good pitchers have bad days and bad pitchers have good days, and you never know. We just go out and play them tough and play them hard for 9 innings. We'll see. I like our chances.
Well, Terry, once again, congratulations. And we're going to throw it to Robin in the Sky Cam.
Thank you, Steve. You know, the Cubs fans don't want to leave. Check out my window, folks. You know, the bleacher bums never want to leave the park. And you know what? Today is proof positive. Check out Sheffield here, just south of Waveland. Fans still hanging around, throwing paper in the air and having a grand old time. You know, don't even plan on going anywhere near the ballpark. They have Addison and Clark shut down all the way through the area. You saw Jackie bang earlier out in front of the Cubby Bear. It is a mob scene. We'll tilt down and show you the intersection of Clark and Addison again, where Jackie is standing by outside. Still loads of people swarming out here on the street from any corner of Wrigley Field. You cannot get through, and look at that line of buses trying to get through on Addison, not going anywhere fast. You know, people want to savor the victory here, and things like this happen once every 10 years. You don't want it to end. We'll throw it back to you guys in the studio.
You can't blame them, Robin. I won't even try to go home tonight.
It was only, what, 6 months ago? We were down in spring training, unfortunately, with Harry passing away. It seems like it was just yesterday, but what a roller coaster.
It's been a great year. You talk about memories this 1998 season. You know, in 1997, everything went against the Cubs right from the get-go. They recall that 0-14 start last year. Well, 1998, entirely different, everything falling into place for the Cubs. And it began in the opening series of the season.
We begin with Game 3 when the Cubs overcame a 6-0 deficit to beat the Marlins in Florida. The tone was set for a year of magic. And as April turned to May, one of the most magical moments of all the year, rookie Kerry Wood tying a major league strikeout mark at Wrigley.
Here comes the hook. Got him! 20 strikeouts. He ties the major league record.
As the weather warmed up, so did Sammy Sosa. 20 home runs in June, a major league record, and the great home run race of 1998 was underway.
Here it is. Curve swung on, belted, deep toward left. He's got 20 this month.
And besides the raw power of Sammy Sosa, there were a few breaks along the way. A game against the White Sox when the ball got stuck in the vines at Wrigley, depriving the Southsiders of a victory. And how about the drain pipe game against the Rockies? The Cubs saved again when a ball hit by Dante Bichette went down a sewer in right field. The Rockies lost a run and lost the game. As the season progressed, Sosa and McGuire dueled for the home run title. Who can forget the night of September 8th in St. Louis when Big Mac got number 62 against the Cubs.
First pitch, rocket deep toward left. He did it! He did it! He did it!
There were more thrills as the season wound down. Down 10-2 on a Saturday afternoon against the Brewers at Wrigley, the Cubs made an amazing comeback and won the game in a home run by Orlando Merced. Wrigley Field was electric. And so again was Sammy on the big road trip in San Diego. The Cubs taking 3 of 4 in a key series. Sosa a huge grand slam as the Cubs, Mets, and Giants battled for the wild card. Nobody could pull away, but the Cubs sure had their chances.
Line drive, deep toward left. Brown back, still going at the edge of the track. And dropped it! Oh! He dropped it! The run scored, and the Milwaukee Brewers have won it!
The stunner in Milwaukee. Brant Brown's 3-base error costing the Cubs the wild card lead. It finally came down to Houston on Sunday. where the Cubs lost to the Astros on a sacrifice fly by Richard Hidalgo. But the gloom would last for less than a minute, because in Colorado, Neifi Perez led off the ninth with a home run off Rob Nen. The Rockies beat the Giants and created a one-game playoff for the right to play Atlanta in the postseason.
And what a year it was. Some great memories there. More memories, though, as Dan Rona standing by in that happy, that glorious Cub locker room. Back to you, Dan.
Yeah, still having a good time here, Rich. Tyler, Houston, how does it feel?
I'll tell you what, I mean, you can hear it and you can see it on TV, I'm sure. It's just unbelievable. It's a lot of fun. I'm happy for not only all these players, but all the Cubs fans. They're truly the best fans around. They're awesome.
Well, it took you 163 to get to this point, but I'll tell you what, it has been such a team season. I mean, everybody has chipped in. You wound up in that platooning situation there with Scott Service, and both of you guys doing a great job.
It really worked out for the best. You know, Scotty's done real well since then. I've done well. And like you said, it's been a team thing all year. Everybody's picked each other up. We've never won easy. We've never lost easy. But it's been an awesome year. And all I can say is the Cub fans, I'm glad we lost yesterday. I'm glad we got a chance to come here and win this for all you guys in front of you guys so you can celebrate with us.
All right, Tyler, thanks so much. Now, Steve Stone's got the guy that's been finishing all these games for you guys, Rod Beck.
I'm here with Rod Beck, who seems to have a rubber arm. And Rod, you said you could go today after 2 2/3 yesterday and working the day before, and go today you did.
Well, you know, I actually came out to the ballpark today, and so far no one's really believed me, but I played catch today, and I actually did. I felt close to 100%, and you know, I was just able, I was glad I was able to help them. It didn't look like they were going to need me today, and I would have taken a day off, but it comes right down to it. I mean, it's do or die, so it's a beautiful thing.
The last one went to Mark Grace. As soon as you got it inside, saw it was popped up from Joe Carter. I mean, did it give you just a thrill?
Well, I didn't want to celebrate too early because I saw a couple balls dropped there lately. Mickey Morandini dropped one a few weeks ago, and then Brant dropped one. So I didn't want to celebrate until it was actually in his mitt. And when it fell in his mitt, then you know, it just broke out. And what a feeling!
Well, Rod, it was against your former team. Was there any special feeling in that?
No, there really wasn't. I mean, it's a sad point that someone has to go home after today, and I've been the one sent home already. So you know, I respect the Giants organization. I have the utmost respect for Dusty Baker. And my ex-teammates that are still over there are gamers. They battled hard to get back to this one-game playoff, and you know, it's just you know, like I said, it's sad someone had to go home, but I'm glad it ain't me.
Well, Rod, you're the best. Keep going, pal. Okay, back to the studio.
Okay, Steve Stone, thank you very much. Rod Beck, 51 saves now. As he mentioned, he wasn't expecting to be in there tonight. They had a 5-0 lead, but he was, and of course saved the game in a gutty effort. I don't know how much stuff he had tonight. His fastball didn't look that zippy tonight, but he certainly had enough to get 2 outs, 2 big outs for the Chicago Cubs in the 9th inning. You know, putting this thing into perspective, though, the Cubs have not won a pennant since the year 1908. And that's 90 years. You have to be 95 years old or so to remember that thing. It was 5 years after the first flight at Kitty Hawk, and only 32 years after Custer's last stand. That's how long ago it was since the Cubs won a flag. They won the whole thing. They were in the playoffs, of course, 10 years ago in the playoffs in 1984. They've won a bunch of pennants, their last being in 1945, but they have not yet won a World Series since 1908. So it would be great for Chicago if they went all the way. They got a great shot to beat the Braves, I think. It's going to be very tough to advance against Houston. I think Houston's going to come out of that National League against the second team, or the Cubs or the Braves. So it's going to be rough, but the Cubs certainly have the pitching to do it. They stopped the Braves here in the series in Chicago. I mentioned they swept that series here, 3-0. They were 1-2 down there. They beat Glavine. They beat a bunch of people. And Dan Roan, I guess, is now standing by with one of the stars of the evening, I guess, in the booth. Bill Murray. Dan, it's all yours.
Golly. That was a tough day. It was a tough day then, a great day tonight. I'm glad you were here, Bill Murray.
Well, I'm glad I was here, too. It's you know, I didn't want to miss this game. I started thinking about it. I was supposed to, you know, I had work I was supposed to do, but I thought to myself, there's never been a game like this before. You don't know if there'll ever be a game again like this, so I was glad I came.
I know they were bugging you to sing, and you said you wouldn't do it until the postseason. This is pretty close to it.
I said I wouldn't do it to the playoffs, and technically this qualifies as a playoff for the playoffs, so it was okay. Nice job.
You'd come down to Atlanta?
Well, you know, the thing about Atlanta is if you go down to Atlanta and you have a drink or two, people take you and throw you in the back of a pickup truck, and next thing you know, you're out picking cotton. You know, I'm gonna play safe and just come here.
All right, well, stay close to home. Come to the games this weekend.
Okay.
All right, Bill, thanks. Let's head back to the...
I guess he doesn't like Atlanta too much. Worried about being thrown in the back of a pickup truck there.
He did a good job on the 7th inning stretch.
He did.
Though.
Very energetic.
He's a funny guy.
There's one player we haven't heard from tonight, Kerry Wood, who's on that rehab assignment.
That's
so,
right.
Kerry, if you're watching on the Superstation, ice the elbow and get back up here, and we'll use you in Atlanta.
He had a major role.
Absolutely.
Major role.
Let's take a break, and when we come back, we'll have more of the Cubs celebration. They won the wild card spot.
Stay up late. What the heck, huh?
For the first time, she's on her own, ready to follow her heart.
You make me think about things that I never think about.
Wherever it leads.
This all might be a colossal mistake. But on the other hand, maybe it'll save my life or something. Sometimes it's the smallest decisions that can pretty much change your life forever.
The new series coming to the WB, Felicity.
Premiering Tuesday night at 8 on WGN.
Got a clog? Get the best clog remover. Is it liquid plumber or Drano? Actually, professional strength liquid plumber clog remover works twice as fast. Yes, there is a best.
Hey, could you shut your lid?
But I'm using Vanish Blue drop-ins.
Yeah, well, too bad your germs don't always vanish.
Huh?
You need Clorox Automatic. With so much Clorox bleach, it kills 99.9% of germs in the water. Clorox Automatic Toilet Cleaner.
My grandson's a cute kid, but one tough businessman. Hey, buddy, how much to fix my car?
Upfront pricing? What do you think this is, mister? That GM Goodrich Service Plus?
What a kid. Got upfront pricing, plus a lifetime guarantee on parts and labor, plus courtesy transportation. GM Goodrich Service Plus, the little guy was right.
The plus means better.
Call for the select GM dealer near you. A cold medicine can't work if your child won't take it.
And they're off. Timmy takes the lead down the banister. He bolts for the door, but Mom waves the Dymatap elixir.
Great!
Dymatap, the #1 choice of pediatricians. Even the taste is a relief.
Another breakthrough from the 1 Hour Labs of Lens Crafters. New Featherweights Plus lenses. They're lighter, they're thinner, they're more impact resistant. And now they're twice as scratch resistant compared to regular plastic lenses. New Featherweights Plus, only from Lens Crafters, made in about an hour.
Welcome back. Looks like the crowds are thinning a little bit outside Wrigley.
But I'm sure plenty of diehard fans are still hanging around. WGN's Eddie Aruza has a bird's eye view of everything that's going on. What's up out there, Eddie?
Well, Allison, a lot of the people that were crowding on to Addison and Clark here have gone home or at least gone someplace else to celebrate. The crowds are dissipating. There's still a lot of folks down here, though, enjoying the moment, relishing this moment, seeing on the sign here outside of Wrigley, saying Cubs win. What a beautiful moment this is out here. But the crowds have pretty much been controlled. They were obviously joyous and celebrating, but we didn't see really any problems from up here. So it was a pretty festive, pretty respectful celebration, and you can hear that it's still kind of going on from down there in the street. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Eddie, thank you. Glad to see the Cubs fans are under control.
Absolutely. We have to practice now for the after we beat Atlanta and then Houston and then the Mets, the Yankees.
Safely.
You know, a lot of people, when they heard that the Cubs would be coming back to Chicago for this one-game playoff tonight, the workers at Wrigley Field got extremely excited.
Yeah, that's because they thought that they were done for the season. But today, they got one more chance to make the confines friendly enough for the biggest game of the year so far.
Right next to this one. Right over there.
Hours before game time, Mahogany Smith is at work. He oversees the parking lot right outside Wrigley Field. It's where the media park and the stars.
I don't know if you heard that message from 7, but Scottie Pippen's coming tonight.
His job is always hectic, but today was special.
Hey, I was glad for him. I was really glad for him. I said, hey, they did it. They did it, so I said, I'm showing up to work.
Cubs-Giants playoff program here. Mike LaPapa says he had no problem gearing up to pitch programs today.
I'll tell you what, if you ain't geared up after 81 games, and especially the season we've had here, you're never going to gear up. It's been one of them kind of seasons, so.
Mike Hill is in charge of security for Wrigley Field. You'd better believe he's ready for the extra playing time.
Well over 100 ushers, a good 100 of what we call our crowd control staff. I've got 30, 40 radio units. We've got extra police tonight, so we're ready.
Bunny Minnick is one of those ushers, always on standby for her Cubs.
They called me about 5 o'clock and says, come in at 4:45. And I says, fine, I know.
Were you excited?
Yes, very much so.
They had to call in extra workers for the concession stands today. Dolly Martin usually works the racetrack, but today it's Wrigley.
You get to come to the ball game and you get the paycheck at the same time. What more could you want from life?
But this guy might have one of the toughest jobs at Wrigley. Tom Hellman takes care of the visiting clubhouse. Hey, somebody's got to get the enemy ready to play.
I was on a road trip with them. We had to come back and prepare just like a normal game and set up the locker room and wait for the team to come in. And here they are, and we're ready to go.
So Tom and the rest of the Wrigley Field crew will do it all again on Saturday when Atlanta comes.
Whatever Tom did, the extra starch in the opponent's clothing, whatever he did, do it again. Absolutely, absolutely. So it's big business, certainly, selling Cubs merchandise, but I know we're going to run right over back to the locker room where it looks like it's quieted down a little bit. Dan and Steve are soaked with champagne, but what a night, guys.
Hey, Randy, talk about starch. These clothes will never be unstiff again, I don't think. But Steve, these things are so few and far between that I have trouble remembering the last one. However, I don't remember it being quite as fun as this.
Well, remember, 11 more wins to go, and Chip, I know you missed this one. I know you're sorry you missed it, but I'm going to pour a bottle of champagne over your head when I see you next, just to give you the feeling of what it's been like in this locker room tonight. And the guys know, Dan, that there's a road ahead. They've got some tough games to go, but right now, this is one happy bunch of Cubs.
And they did what they had to do. They sold out to get where they got. You know, they used everybody they possibly could, right down the starting rotation, sent them all down to the bullpen to come out and work if possible or if necessary, and that's exactly the way it worked out.
And I think if you take a look at the feelings of Sammy Sosa and Mark Grace as they embrace and just show the emotion of this night. And Dan, the emotion of this night was something we've been waiting for all year long, and it was a fitting beginning to the end of this season.
We certainly hope that's true. One of those rare years where the Cubs have been able to turn despair into hope and agony into joy as they head on to the playoffs and Atlanta on Wednesday. We'll say goodbye from the clubhouse. See you guys later.
Nice job, you guys. And Steve Stone, nice to have you a part of the WGN News team tonight. Great job.
See you after the next clinching game, I think. We probably can't get the weather for Atlanta just yet, Tom, but I guess we should deal with our own weather first, shouldn't we?
I guess so. Hey, I'll tell you, this is a lot of fun. Maybe that's why the warm weather stuck around so late. You know, we stacked heaven with Harry and Jack up there looking down on all this. No wonder the Cubs are doing so well this year. Well, let's look at our 7-day forecast right here. Of course, we've got George just flooding the southeast, parts of Alabama, Mississippi, but not that way here. 82 tomorrow. Now, there's been some severe weather riding into Duluth tonight and out in the western Midwest. That may be a sign of some storms late tomorrow or tomorrow night. Then okay till Wednesday evening when it rains again, and then look at that temperature drop. 61 Thursday, 62 Friday, and then a big warm-up. We'll be back into the 80s again by Monday next week after a few spotty showers, perhaps on Saturday. So kind of up and down as nature isn't quite sure whether or not to finally kiss summer off altogether and get officially into autumn, which is what the calendar tells us it will be. And you know, Randy and Allison, October does begin on Thursday, so we're getting closer to the end of September. Been a glorious month, though, almost 4 degrees above average. Very nice.
Okay, Tom, thanks so much.
Sure, Allison. See you later.
And Tom mentioned Harry Carey. Had to think about Harry tonight, and certainly what's on the mind of his widow, Dutchie Carey.
Absolutely. She's been very visible since Harry's passing, and tonight, apparently she joined in that 7th inning stretch. at Jack Burke House as well. They are certainly enjoying their view. And there it was, one game only tonight. Cubs win. The white flag, I'm sure, with the W on it, is flying outside Wrigley Field. And the next time we look at this, the Cubs might be up 2-0 against Atlanta.
Somebody pinch me. I still can't believe this. I mean, think about last year.
Well, it's a horrible last year, 0-14 start. Everything fell into place, though. They got some great pitching, and obviously brought Beck a big adjustment of the bullpen. They had Rojas in there last year, you may recall, who would give up all those blown saves. And Beck saved 51
Erase that from
games.
my memory.
Yeah, and we talked about some. And, of course, Sosa carried him with the 66 home runs. Let's face it, the MVP of the league. And you see the Cubs win sign flashing up there. But Sosa was the man, and Grace had a great year. Very few guys had bad years.
Don't forget the man, Mark Grace.
Oh, Mark Grace is a 1989 veteran of that playoff back then when they, of course, lost that playoff. Grace hit, I think, 647 against San Diego in that series, and they still lost it. I mean, they were up 2-0. They came back and lost the 3 in San Diego. So I mentioned, though, the reason for this celebration, though, is this franchise. I talked to John McDonough about this many times, the marketing director of the Cubs. He said if this franchise ever wins, it's going to be a great story. And they got to go one or two steps more to make it to the World Series. It is a great story, though. All those years of losing, the frustrations, like the Boston Red Sox the same way. So it's quite a story.
The thing that you point out earlier, though, about these guys being such nice guys, they really helped. When baseball was down, the Cubs helped bring baseball back. They always stop and sign autographs. Wonderful personality, so warm. All of them.
Well, they're aware of it, too. Mark Grace has told me more than once they have to be fan-friendly, go out of their way. Sometimes it's rough. Sometimes fans get on you a little bit. You know how fans are.
Sure.
But they've been gentlemen, gracious all season long, and never refusing interviews. And there you see the scene outside the ballpark, dissipating somewhat. I guess we can all try to make it home past there if we got cars. I don't know. I think I'll take the Kennedy myself. But this is one of the few ballparks, too, guys, where this can exist. I mean, most ballparks are surrounded by parking lots and industrial areas. This is their neighborhood ballpark, one of the last one remaining. And except for Fenway, it's a great scene.
The only thing harder to get than a ticket to the playoff games, which by the way are sold out, we want to tell you, so don't bother lining up. The only thing harder to get is going to be to get a seat at a bar near Wrigley, because I think it's going to be just as chaotic Saturday and Sunday, right? Those are the home games.
Back home here, and hopefully more in Atlanta, one more in Atlanta, make it a. Maybe, well, the Cup sweep, it'll be a 3-game sweep.
That's true. Maybe they only need to play
only
Saturday.
one game, yeah.
Okay. Well, they haven't won anything yet, but they sure are well on their way.
They can beat the Braves. I mean, I say this, Braves will be favored, obviously heavy favorites, but in a short series in baseball, anything can happen. I mentioned Houston, to me, is the toughest team in the league right now, but the Braves, if they can get by Maddox has a little bit of a sore arm, something underneath his arm, some muscle strain. So here's the series. You see Game 1 there, Atlanta Braves, 3:07. That's a WGN game. And Game 2 coming up Thursday, October 1st, 7:07, again in Atlanta. So the night game down there, too. So first 2 games down south. They were 1-2 down there this year. But it's a tough ballpark to play, and no question about it on the road. But, again, the Cubs can handle them. It depends on their pitching. The only thing that concerns me is their pitching's got to be very tired right now. I mean, those guys are out there. Mulholland out there again. Beck's got to be tired. But and you get a short rest, too. The plane, I think, is at 3 o'clock tomorrow. So they're going to be celebrating all night, having to go down there. So let's hope they get enough rest in Atlanta for that one day.
Hey, they're focused.
That's right. We'll worry about tomorrow,
That's
tonight.
Right. Celebrate tonight.
They're going to celebrate, absolutely.
Cup fans always worry about tomorrow.
It's been fun watching this with you two.
Absolutely. Okay. What a ride. And Michael Jordan, of course, helping him out tonight by being in the dugout. And Bill Murray was also there.
He sang the 7th inning stretch, and of course, he was a hoot. Enjoy that, and we'll see you tomorrow on the WGN News. Enjoy, Cubs fans.
Good night, everybody.
And this one's for Gabby Hartnett, too. Let's let him hear it all the way in Woodstock. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and crackers and a beer. I don't care if I ever get back. So it's room for the Cubbies. If they don't win, it's a shame for it. Go
Does that